Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to T3PO Live, your favorite show talking about theme parks and entertainment across the world. I am your host, VashSky. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have an amazing slate of topics here. Hopefully we get to all of them. We're talking about costume changes with an amazing group in Walt Disney World history. We're talking about manatees, maybe leaving the seas. Not so good right there. Marvel? It's a small world. Crazy, folks. It's insane. It's crazy. We will get to all those stories and more. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you had some fun over there at Mr. H. Didn't realize that he ended early, but that's okay. Hopefully you guys stuck around, and I'm sure you will enjoy the show. You'll be richly rewarded by sticking around and enjoying our amazing, esteemed panel, which we got to get to right now. We have Lou Wasserman's Ghost, Joshua Harris, and Erica and Raph. Hello there, everybody.
Hi.
Hello,
hey there,
everyone.
hi there, ho there.
Hi, Erica.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry about that. Erica cut you a little bit early. I didn't see the private chat. Well, it's up now. So there you go. Hopefully
You're fine. I had to get water.
No, I understand. I get it. I get it. I've got the bottles here because, hey, guess what? We're going for 4 hours. Yes, we are. No, it's going to be a lot of fun, though. And I have a big old segment here. It's going to take probably an hour or more to get through. Oh, yes, folks. It's a big one. But first, we have to start out with a smaller story. And I'm so glad we have a Walt Disney World expert on the level of Joshua Harris to take us all through this, because I think it's just this group has a fascinating history all of its own. Here we go. Have any of you heard of the Voices of Liberty at the American Adventure Pavilion?
Of course. Not only heard of them, but heard them.
Ah.
Yeah, right.
Indeed, right? The Capella group that is, I mean, it's just so renowned. They have unbelievably beautiful voices, singing the songs of America and America's past. Great stuff, but one of the defining features of this group are their beautiful costumes. Their costumes are renowned for being elaborate, exquisite, highly detailed, and that's part of their charm. Guys, what do you think about the Voices of Liberty just in general? And do you have any experiences with this group?
Oh, well, I love them, and I love the costumes. These are all a little more standardized formal than the originals. Originally, one was a farmer, one was a not wealthy woman, one was a wealthy woman, one was a politician. They were all representing archetypes of the early American days, and that was great. And they sang songs like Shenandoah and wonderful folk songs, and of course, the theme song from the American Adventure. But there's been a little change, it seems.
Yes, there has been a change. You can see right here these amazing costumes that I was telling you about before. And yes, Lou, I didn't actually know this before when going into the history of this, but you're right. They were simpler fare when they started out, and it looks like they got more elaborate as time went on. And they're lovely. They're amazing at their roles here as part of this Capella group, and the costumes really, really define this group to a huge degree. Well,
and wait, part of the reason why is because under that dome there was a natural acoustic reverb spot, so that singing there without a microphone, without any amplification, it resonated through the entire area where you wait to go see the American Adventure.
That's a good point. That's a real good point. Yeah, it's just acoustically very, definitely had a presence for sure. And their voices carry on, and it's incredible. They actually made a stint at Disneyland for just a little bit while George Kalogridis was actually the president of Disneyland Resort at that time.
And I've seen them at events in Future World too, when they were commemorating the anniversaries and things like that in more contemporary outfits, singing the various songs of Future World. So
speaking
I have a video somewhere, but anyway.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Speaking of contemporary outfits, though, when the parks reopened, and Joshua, maybe you have a more exact date on this, but I thought it was when the parks reopened in, I want to say July of 2020, after having been closed for the pandemic. Well, they debuted with these costumes. And it was quite disappointing to anybody who was familiar with the Voices of Liberty because, well, the time, place, and setting that had been associated with their former costumes were obviously gone, and much more simplistic fare. It took away, I think, a lot of the prestige of this group.
And when they harmonized to the tune of "Please put your seat backs and tray tables in the upright position for takeoff," that was kind of a buzzkill too.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Not super good. And yes, if you were just coming out of Orlando International Airport, perhaps you had seen these these costumes before. Thank you so much for that, Lou. That's awesome. Well, guess what, folks? We're getting costumes back, real costumes. But there's a lot left to be desired, unfortunately. So here you go, Disney Parks. Take a look behind the scenes at all the new Voices of Liberty costumes debuting at the start of Epcot International Festival of the Arts. We'll go ahead and go to this Disney Parks blog here, and I definitely want to hear your thoughts on all of this stuff because, costumes, they put you in a time and place, that's for sure. The Epcot International Festival of the Arts, this by Kaylee McCarthy, is a time to celebrate visual, performing, and culinary arts. This year, at the start of the festival, we will get to see the art of costume design with the debut of the new Voices of Liberty costumes. This new look for the beloved a cappella group will be featured year-round, except during the holidays, of course, and the costumes are the product of talent, time, and careful design. To get a closer look at the artistry and effort behind these creations, I sat down with the talented costume design and production team at Disney Live Entertainment, responsible for these new looks. You can kind of see the process of designing these there. Designing for such an iconic ensemble is no small feat, and our team was up for the challenge. We wanted to create a cohesive look that celebrated the grandness of the rotunda in which they perform and the impact of their musical presentation through incorporating a visual aesthetic of music itself. Explained Josh, costume designer with Disney Live Entertainment.
Not
Josh,
me.
I didn't know you were costume.
Not me.
Exactly.
Not me.
Yeah, I was going to say, he says he used the American flag. Go back to that first picture.
Please.
Do we see anything American flag colored in any of that?
A little further up.
Yeah,
that.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
not
really
getting that.
seeing that.
This
there.
is the thing that gets me about. I'm like, what? It's such an unusual costume design. It's very unusual. It's just like it's like something out of a dream sequence. It looks like, and I'm not saying this just because Wicked's out. It looks like something that you'd see in like Oz, in the 1930s. It looks like a 1930s reinterpretation of Georgian style or Edwardian style dress. It's really strange. And
I said when I saw it, it looked like a high school production of Be Our Guest.
Yeah.
But the big point they emphasize is that they're recycled materials. Oh, well, sure.
Well, that means that they actually consumed a lot more energy in which to produce it. So it's actually less green than it would be to actually manufacture these with new materials. So that actually means that when you're doing it based off of sustainable materials, it's actually less sustainable. But that's an entirely different discussion for a different day. So
one of the most important aspects of costume design is ensuring that garments are visually stunning yet functional for the performers who will wear them daily while singing. The design features a streamlined architectural energy, so it was essential to select fabrics that could be tailored well while providing the crisp construction needed. Aubrey, the costumer for this project, sourced a sustainable fabric made from 50% or more recycled materials. Quote, this fabric could also be custom dyed to match the exact colors chosen by our designer, allowing us to achieve the intended vision as closely as possible. Look, they can dye it. That's really cool. I mean, that's something.
I'm assuming.
Wait.
It must be bottles. I'm thinking that it's made of plastic. It's 50% plastic, is what I'm thinking.
Right. Go ahead, Lou.
You can actually dye fabric.
What?
My God, isn't Epcot the cutting edge of technology?
News at 11.
Man. Ooh, really,
one might phrase it as
world
what profiteth a park if they can dye artificial fabric, but they can't get an animatronic to work or sewage to stop pouring. That's a good thing. Is it? By the way, is it sewage resistant or repellent?
Lou,
it's biodegradable. Come on now.
Yeah.
We're trying to get back to what Disney used to be able to do, Lou. So it's a process to get back to the greatness, I guess. These are terrible. These are really, really awful. The cuts are very weird. Like Joshua was pointing out, these are just weird costumes that don't at all evoke I think the musical talent that these performers have in them. And so when you compare it to the photos of Yor here, you can just see the detail and complexity that these costumes used to evoke. And it's a real shame that Disney has decided to do this. I can kind of understand why they went with the more simplistic look at the time. Obviously, they were limited on resources, limited on cast members to
you
actually
won't believe
maintain.
why they did that.
Please.
It is.
Well, go ahead.
It blows my mind.
Okay.
You know why? The reason why they went away from the 1880s look of the costumes was so that they could sing contemporary music and not be
No way.
Derek Johnson has said in recent interviews and everything that is the reason why they went with these contemporary costumes so that they can sing "Let It Go" and not be anachronistic.
Oh God,
that's legitimately the reason why they are dressed like that is because of the music, not because of anything else. Which it boggled my mind when I thought, what's really?
Next? What's next? In the ride, will Mark Twain and Ben Franklin talk about mofos just to make it contemporary?
There are people that actually don't listen to him. People, no, don't give them ideas, please. Don't.
Yes. Yes.
Jeez.
Disney continues to de-theme itself. That should be a
Yeah.
headline somewhere.
Yeah.
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 I think you're right. But
Yeah, it's just so unbelievable to me. And yeah, so that dress that you just showed up right now, like that actually makes sense for the place in which you're in and everything. And also, this should be a the rotunda is supposed to get you in the mood to experience the American adventure. I actually wrote a very comprehensive uh, article about this on Epcot Legacy I called it Priming Patriotism. And one of the reasons why I decided to do that at all was because they had covered up all of the magnificent oil paintings inside of the rotunda with things basically to promote the movie Soul. So they brought in all of these very, very modern graphics for defining Harlem jazz, essentially, and that's really what prompted me. I'm like, no, we need to have a permanent exhibition
And
of all of these artworks and everything else with it. But you're supposed to be getting in the mood to experience the American adventure,
and
and it's all about that.
Some of those great quotes on the walls too.
Yes, yeah,
because they don't follow the modern opinion. For example, one of my all-time favorite quotes in there, in the original, it's a guy named George Mayar Mardikian, who became actually
he's on there. If you'll keep on going, click on the image. Just click on the image, anywhere on the image, and then it'll get you there. Yeah, so so that quote is down there.
Here's what he said about being an immigrant to America. He said, those of you who were born in America don't understand what it is. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure you've got it. To become an American. He said, 1 minute you're with your ancestors and 1,000 dead yesterdays, and the next minute you're with America and 1,000 unknown tomorrows. That quote always just got me right where I lived because of my grandparents' immigration experience. But now it's like, you don't have to convert to America. You don't have to assimilate. You don't have to learn the language, or anyway,
yeah,
but
yeah. So further on down there, you can actually see that quote in its original kerning and everything, and it also has the these are all of the paintings for the rotunda, and then further down they also have the quotations for each one of them, as well as a short biography of each one of the each one of the authors of the quotes. With each one of those, and actually, I still am very proud about how I was able to succinctly put those down. So that one, I believe that you're talking about right now, Lou. That one's the one on the in the bottom right corner over there. I love the Walt Disney biography, though, is one of the ones that I was most proud of with that one. So yeah, so that one was. Yeah, so each one of these, I actually researched each individual one and tried to encapsulate their entire life into about 3 sentences. So, so there was that with each one of them, and it's also really weird. We can go off into an amazing tangent on that because the one in the back center is from Ayn Rand. And this was a interaction that was made in 1982. She died in 1982. So that's on there as well. If you want to just click anywhere off of the image, you'll be able to see that as well. Yeah, the X right there. And so she's right there in the center of the rotunda there. Which is still deeply controversial for some people, but yeah. So you're supposed to be getting engaged with this, with the story of America. You're not supposed to be there to sing the latest Broadway tunes. I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. You can do that in the American Gardens Theater, but not in the Rotunda. The Rotunda is supposed to be. It is. I think it's one of the most sacred places in America that we really have. I mean, it is the people's house.
Well, let me tell you, my father, my dear departed dad, who I took to Epcot to show it all to my parents, but specifically here. My father was not an overtly sloganeering patriotic man. He was not an overtly religious man. When we walked up that ramp after that show, he turned to me and he said, that was a religious experience. The religion being America. And so if it got him, think of the thousands and thousands and thousands that it inspired that in. and golly, they're trying to wipe it all away.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, our costumes are recyclable, and we can sing "Let It Go."
It's really sad. It really is sad that they're kind of de-theming these things to the extent that they are. Erica, I think that was a perfect way to describe this, because when you look at the changes to the American Adventure itself, when you look at the changes to the I mean, in any other attraction, it would be the pre-show, really, of these art exhibits and just amazing works of art that you can actually see there. And now with the costumes here, goodness gracious, it is really, really bad. I think somebody has commentary on this as well, who's going to be joining us. Brer Oswald, what is going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Yes. Thank you. Coming in loud and clear, by the way.
Good.
Fantastic. I think you had some commentary there that I wanted to feature.
Yeah,
what does these look like?
Tomorrowland outfits.
Ooh, Tomorrowland outfits. Yeah. We have seen some new outfits debut. With the introduction of Star Tours 2.0, and I think an update to the Space Mountain costumes, if I'm not mistaken, in that time period. This is just tragic. This is just, I don't know.
What are these for? The American Adventure?
Voices of Liberty.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, no, not appropriate at all.
Yeah, so we're going from this, which look amazing, to this.
Yeah.
And it's just really sad. Now, I'm sure Disney's banking on people that don't know their history, that don't understand what came before, to accept these with open arms. But we know the difference.
With all respect to the fact that costume designers can have different tastes and can have different styles, if you're watching singers for their costumes and not their voices, there's probably something fundamentally wrong to begin with.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the one that's the what do you want to call it, light mustard costume there, and all I can do is I can hear in my brain, I hear the Motown music. It's just like, it's Let the Sun Shine In. It's just like, I'm like, it looks 70s, but not necessarily in a good way. So it's but it's weird though, because it actually it's objectively better than what they are doing right now, which is awful, but still, not where it should be.
Nope. Go ahead, Erica. You were going to say.
I just find the whole thing really offensive. I mean, the whole experience is supposed to be our history, get an understanding of it. And back in that time period, you didn't have women wearing pants. And
Very
that
true.
one outfit in the
That's a
middle,
good point.
the blue one, is actually, if you look at the drawing, that was a woman that was wearing that right there. That is not a man. That is a woman, because it's got the ladies. The girls are there.
And it's also like, okay, so you're blending the two. You're doing the stupid gender thing again, which is just like, so
exactly.
from the waist up,
fit.
very feminine; from the waist down, very masculine. That doesn't make any
It's
sense
for
at all.
those who identify as non-binary or whatever, and it's completely offensive to history.
And by the way,
and
it isn't that we're against adaptation and change and updating as a general rule. Although I have not been there, I think changing that restaurant from a burger bar to a barbecue was a great idea. That's an American
I'm definitely
food
on
form.
board with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but
the
different.
new meals and everything are actually amazing. They're amazing. I object to them using Sam Eagle as the mascot for that strongly, but I've already gotten into so much trouble for saying that, apparently. But
I'm examining the person creating this. I'm not going to comment on anybody, and I'm not going to say anything.
No more.
I'm just going to say it makes sense. like now it's all coming into focus. But I'll I'll leave it at
Why
this
are all
right
the bad
here.
people sharing my name recently? I mean, Joshua used to be such a very unique and very unusual name in society, but now it's just popping up everywhere. And now I see people that give me tweets that say "screw Josh," and I'm just like, "What did I do?" Oh no, we mean tomorrow. I'm like, stop saying his first name in front of me. He doesn't deserve the name, and I guess this guy just doesn't. So.
There you go. Look, there's definitely an inclusivity push, which I think Erica brilliantly pointed out. I didn't even think about that, but I think that's definitely, a thing here. I think the other thing too is that I think Disney just doesn't want to maintain these elaborate costumes anymore. It's like, well, you know what? That was part of an era in which we could have maybe those operating costs on the books, and now we now live in an era where we have to reduce operating costs wherever they may lie.
Yeah.
And so I think these costumes are part of that. So it's just this is just it's just really unfortunate.
I don't see how these are any more or less comfortable than what they were wearing before. At the end of the day, you're still layering fabric. It's like
True.
I mean, you can make historical outfits with lighter fabrics to make it, not so heavy. They do it with wedding gowns all the time. And don't underestimate women. We love to wear this stuff. We don't mind wearing heavy gowns when, they're pretty. So we really do. And they're in air conditioning. They're not walking around outside like the Dapper Dans.
And I doubt that these classic period costumes are in heavy wool and fabrics that would have been in the era. They were in modern fabrics made to look like it.
Right.
There's plenty of breathing panels and everything. I'm pretty sure that underneath it there's mesh and everything because they've been doing that for probably about almost 2 decades now, where they've been making lighter and lighter costume materials. They first started with that with Mission Space, actually, but
because let's face it, schwitzing is bad show.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And these people will never have to do that in their particular location because they never go outside with this ever.
Right.
So.
Now, the Disneyland version of this particular act did go outside, at least for a little bit there, and I think performed maybe one song. But again, that's Southern California. It's a little bit different. And if you were changing these costumes in order to wear better in the weather of Florida, and you were outside, maybe I can see something like this. But there really is no reason for it, and it's just really upsetting because you expect the best from Disney, and there are parks, especially on the East Coast, that do deliver better than this, especially when evoking a period of time. And to not see it from Disney themselves, especially with a $200 price tag attached to some of their theme parks, really is unfortunate, to say the least. Now, I don't know how long we are going to have Brer Oswald on, so I want to go ahead and get to a topic that I'm sure he has many opinions about.
Yeah.
So here we go. It's going to be our lead story of the day. Let me see if I have it open. I'm trying to reduce my RAM usage because this computer is kind of, I don't know, it's being held together with scotch tape and bubblegum right now. So
I did notice my website was loading very slowly for you. I'm just like, why is it loading so slowly? Okay, yeah.
This computer is, I can go into it, but I will not bore you. We'll go ahead and bore you other ways, though, with the necessary downgrade that is Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Here you go. We all remember this article, right? It's a very famous piece out of there.
Who could forget?
Regrettably.
Exactly. But remember, it was necessary to do all this. Well, guess what?
Necessary.
The necessary is coming out expensive. Does that work? I'm not sure. This by Disneyland News today. The final Tiana animatronic in Tiana's Bayou Adventure broken for over a month at Disneyland. I was really debating on what the lead story for this show would be, and this one fell right into my lap when I was, putting together the whole show. So I was like, well, this is definitely a story, that's for sure. I cannot believe this is a thing, but here it is. The final Tiana audio animatronic on Tiana's Bayou Adventure in Disneyland has been broken for over a month. The broken audio animatronic is in the finale scene, standing on the patio of her New Orleans house with a band of critters. While Tiana's eyes and mouth still move, appearing to sing the attraction song Special Spice. Great. She has been standing stubbornly straight with stiff arms since at least December 13th of 2024. When we checked on her on January 14th, 2025, there had been no change. The animatronic is usually able to sway and move her arms in a wide range of motion. Our photos below show some of that range, but you can see that the animatronic in action in our ride POV at the bottom
Call
of
me
the
a
article.
grammar Nazi if you like, but the word usually in that context might be a little hopeful.
Yes, that's a good point right there. You can kind of see what's going on there, how she should be moving, and now how she is, and maybe forever will be. Brer, come on.
Maybe not.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, when I first saw the renders of this scene, I believe it was like right after the Disneyland splash closed. They had her in a T pose, and I thought, oh, that's just for rendering. Little did I know that would be the regular show scene of her. So
yes.
I don't. Yeah.
Was it Splash Mountain Archives that leaked out the render of this scene?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
He showed us, like we have a close knit Splash community, so he showed us a little bit earlier, and then as it came time, he revealed it to the world, and it turned out to be completely accurate.
Oh man, this is mind-boggling, because from what I understand, this figure is a lead figure, which means that if she is ever working improperly, one of two. Okay,
yeah.
So what's the other one?
Lewis.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah, well, that's true. And if these figures in this scene are ever working improperly, what you're supposed to do, and this is from a cast member with experience who knows specifically about this attraction, the procedure is to take this attraction down, fix that animatronic, and then take it back up again. That apparently is not happening here.
Yeah.
So it's not only a reduction in performance, but also standards as well. This is crazy. I mean,
the standards used to be so much higher. Like there's always the famous story about the Pirates auctioneer. Whenever that would go 101, they take the whole.
Correct.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is the Disneyland version, which opened how much later than the one in Florida? So they had how much more time to get it right?
Yeah.
Very good point. That's a good, decent point right there.
And it's only been open for, I think, 2 months yesterday. So this is more than half of its life. It's been
well. I think we all.
My note on the word usually.
Yeah. Well, I think that we all know about the competence of California with preventative maintenance now. So.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, that's a fair point.
The interesting thing that I found out about this, though, sorry to interject, but
no, you're right.
I found out from a very well-connected source, which is actually much more connected than me, that one of the reasons why these things are allowed to go on for so long is that when they order parts, most of the parts come from China, which is fine. Which is fine. But what's not fine is they go for the lowest shipping cost possible. So the whole entire thing about the old thing, like before we had Amazon, and you'd order from a mail order catalog, and it would be there within 4 to 6 weeks, which was fast. That's the option that they go for with these with all of their parts now. They go for the lowest cost shipping, and these things are like tens of thousands of dollars of cost for these parts, and they were like, "Oh no, we want the $5 shipping." That was wild to me when I found that out. I'm like, that's the reason why things go on for so long without. It was just like, yes, that is the reason why they go for the lowest cost shipping.
Well, let's play devil's advocate. Oh, well, well, I think it was Culture Casino who actually pointed out, very early on in this process, he was like, look, the actuators, the electronic actuators that you're actually using are undersized for what you actually want these things to do. You might run into problems with these wide range of movements. of maintaining these things. Apparently, that might have been the case. Erica, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh no, you're fine. It's a very redneck, po-folk way of,
Mm-hmm.
maintaining, engineering, fixing. Just keep adding to the list.
Well, I think that also, it's just like that there's such an enormous mindset of apathy that's set in with all of these divisions. It's just like, okay, well, we're still going to get paid. I'm still going to get paid. I'm not going to get fired over this. I'm just doing my job by going ahead and, and I want to make sure that, okay, yes, we're spending $10,000 on this particular sprocket that we need to put in this thing. But you know what? I'm saving by doing the $5 shipping. So that makes me look good on my spreadsheet, and they're not, and people are still going to go to Disneyland. They're still going to go to the park. So there's not really any kind of like, there's no incentive to or threat involved with doing your job correctly or incorrectly right now. It's a very vicious and disgusting mindset that they've
the word that has vanished is accountability.
Yeah.
And
that's not my problem, Lou. That's not my problem.
No, it's not your problem. It is a problem when it comes to empty reservoirs in the Palisades. And in fact, the attitude, I don't know if you saw, and I hate to change the subject, but I'm not really. It's about accountability. The assistant fire chief in LA, who is a large woman, was asked, well, what about if you're not strong enough to drag my husband out of the house? Her answer with a straight face to the public was, well, he got himself in a bad place in the first place then.
Wow.
Blame the victim.
Yeah,
blame
that
the
was
audience. Blame the crowd.
Horrible.
Blame everybody but the people involved, because we all just doing our job. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I saw that on multiple shows, and just like the level of callousness. I mean, like if you're in the fire department, everyone is in a bad position when you get called. Everyone is in a bad position, and if it's the Rock who's asphyxiating, you need to be able to pick up the Rock, Dwayne Johnson. If he's stuck inside of his home, yeah, you need to be able to carry him out. So
it's I know they have a shortage of maintenance technicians over there at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. I understand that there are complications with actually accessing these figures, particularly in Disneyland because of fall protection issues and so forth. I get all that. I get the operation, how it works. But if Joshua is correct, and I think he is, where you're, not shipping these parts with the, expedited, or I mean, the solution to that is maybe order some extra parts, so that way you have some to switch.
That would be
I was
logical.
gonna say, budget spares into your budget. Oh no, we don't need them. It'll be perfect.
Because that was a thing that Disney used to do. We just talked about costumes. Do you remember, Joshua? I know you remember this story. Alice Davis, right?
I love this story. I love this story. She disobeyed. See, here's the thing, though. She would, if she did that today, she would be fired. But the fact that it happened and everything. So for the audience to know this is a wild story. Alice Davis, which was the spouse of Mark Davis, she was the costume designer for It's a Small World and lots of other attractions, including the Pirates of the Caribbean. She wanted to manufacture duplicates of each one of them in case anything goes wrong. Now, normally things can go wrong because if they get an oil leak, well, then they've completely stained the entire costume, so that there are some naturally occurring things that happen with that. But they said that they didn't have anything in the budget for it. So what she did is she put in the line item for each one of them. If you needed X amount of fabric, she always said that the X amount of fabric cost twice as much as it actually did, because she went ahead and she did on her own and against the wishes of the company. She went ahead and she duplicated all of the pirates' costumes. Well, about 6 months or so after the attraction opened, there was a fire inside of there, a real fire inside of the Pirates of the Caribbean that completely destroyed all of the costumes. They had a backup set that was fully ready that they didn't know about because she had the forthrightness of being able to come up with those costumes by herself.
And Alice talks about how the managers and everybody associated with that were a little bit worried because obviously this was a brand new attraction. They wanted to get it up as quickly as possible, and they believe that a bottleneck could have been the costumes. And she was like, "Oh, hey, good news! I've got a whole set I made in preparation for something like this to occur." Now, she wasn't thinking anything catastrophic from happening, but thankfully they did have those, and she was able. She was able to get past the bean counters, how much material that she actually needed in order to produce those. And I believe they only had like one duplicate set. After that happened, I think it was like 3 or 4 for a while there.
And by the way, by having the ride shut down without costumes, nowadays, you're not only blowing the expectations of the guests, you're blowing the ability to charge extra for lightning lanes and all the rest of that stuff if one of the key attractions for it isn't there.
Absolutely.
So all those revenue add-ons go away when the ride goes away.
Or we can just not go with costumes at all, or damaged costumes, which in the case of Tiana's Bayou Adventure, that's kind of the decision that they've made. Well, we'll just go ahead and reduce the standards for a figure that's supposed to be very prominently featured.
It does beg the question.
Please.
Would the real Pirates of the Caribbean let the redhead wear her dress on that auction stand? Oh, well,
I swear you're tempting me to go into a huge lecture about that scene.
Oh, well, let's not.
By all means.
I'm not going to do it, but I want to do it, and you're really tempting me. That's not that you're not being that very nice right now. So,
well, I'm not the boss.
I guess we did talk about costumes, and we did talk about animatronics. Alice Davis. I guess we should go into it, and let me go ahead and see if I can find that famous photo of her dressing the redhead. Joshua, the floor is yours.
Oh, great. You're actually giving it. Okay, so here's the thing about the auction scene and about Pirates of the Caribbean in general. It is a farce. It is a farce of Pirates of the Caribbean as a concept. When you look at that scene, every single picture that Mark Davis sketched and painted of that scene is done in a very comical way. The redhead, by the way, is not the one that's on auction. She probably works for the Pirates the entire time. And this is in the original scene, not the ridiculous one that they have now, where that auction for hens thing. Because that's what Pirates want. They want to auction off hens instead of just stealing them. If you could find the Mark Davis concept of her. She's on a slank rope. She is the one that she's posing for. She's posing for the auction the entire time. I mean, this is supposed to be an entire joke.
A come on for selling the larger woman.
Yeah.
She's the ad outside the tent, but inside, oops,
Yeah, it's so totally ridiculous in every conceivable way. That this would be remotely taken seriously by anyone. But of course, they have to take things seriously now because no one has any jokes, no one has any humor, and there's a whole staff in there now that are there specifically to look for problems, which most of the time aren't even there. So they have to go ahead and they have to get really creative in a very, very dark way in order to be able to justify their position in life. And there are multiple concepts from Mark that have things like pirate ladies and everything else. There's a whole storyline that they kicked out for it. Yeah, so there's one right there. I mean, it's obvious, like she's showing some leg and everything. It's just like this is supposed to be a comedy. This is not supposed to be.
Yeah, well, in World of Motion, when the horses have masks just like the robbers that all came from the River Expedition from Mark. So. It's not real, folks. It's a joke. It's a fantasy. God.
Yes, yeah.
And the other guy's showing spinning triangles and things instead of the wheel in that scene, in that wonderful show too, which is of course also gone.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just patently absurd the way that they have treated that thing. I mean, it's just like it's not called the Boy Scouts of the Caribbean. I mean, get serious, people. I think that right. Mark Davis said, Marty Sklar said that or somebody. So
yeah,
I think
yes.
Existentia.
Yeah, And of course, the story goes that when they researched the real pirates, they found that the number one cause of death was not shipwrecks and not combat and not all the things you'd expect. It was venereal disease. And they weren't going to put that in a ride at Disneyland.
Right.
So,
No.
Right.
The touch with reality is minimal.
And Mark Davis, he did an impeccable amount of research, and I believe that he was also one of the ones who found out that these pirates lived grisly lives. Let's not go ahead and depict those. Obviously, they understood the context by which these things would be shown. So it was like, okay, let's go ahead and clean this up just a little bit.
And that all comes from the movies, for God's sake.
Right, exactly.
You think the guys at Errol Flynn's boats were clean and their costumes were pressed? We're about on the Genre Guys to do a wonderful, marvelous, which is Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Walter Slezak in Sinbad the Sailor. You think Arab pirates basically were real big on cleanliness? I kind of doubt it, silly me, but by God, Ronald Coleman was. So, that's what you shoot. What's that old thing about the legend versus the reality from Liberty Vance?
I remember you saying something like that recently. I just can't remember the exact.
Yes, it's the man who shot Liberty Valance. He says when you have a choice between printing the legend or the reality, print the legend. That's what sells. So anyway.
Yeah, but they take everything way too literally today with a lot of the audiences, which is
as people told Abner Doubleday, the man who invented baseball, try not to take the world seriously, Abner. One of my old favorite puns.
And
anyway,
I think this next story actually illustrates that perfectly. And Brer, I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts on this one as well. There is a character in Tiana's Bayou Adventure that is missing, right? So we have Tiana, we have Mama Odie, we have Louis the alligator, we have Naveen.
I know what it is. I know what it is. Pick me. No, go ahead. Go.
Yes. They are missing a villain in Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Joshua,
I thought the villain was us. The villain is us. It's always us, isn't it? It's just always us horrible human beings and everything that shouldn't be infecting the pride. Yeah, the villain is us the entire time. No, it's Dr. Felicier.
yes,
wonderful character, Dr. Felicier, and everything. Oh, look, but they'll be more than happy to make money off of him. They just won't put him in the actual attraction.
Why?
Isn't that just lovely? That's just perfectly, Disney 2025. That's just
how much is that thing?
It is $199.
$199. Yeah.
Well, hey, for free you can't have him, but for $200 we'll make a deal.
God,
it is.
I just can't stand the hypocrisy with this, but also, if I could go off on just a slight tangent with this,
please,
just to educate the audience. When you see a depiction of a character, any character in merchandise, do not ever assume that is a reflection of what Imagineering does or is going to do or will do in the future.
That's true.
Because I have seen hundreds of times where people would say, especially with, because I'm the Epcot Legacy guy, people just like, oh, look, they put Dreamfinder on a mug. That means that they're definitely bringing it. No, that does not mean anything with him at all. Those two, now it's kind of ridiculous because they actually call the people who do the merchandise, they call them Imagineers now because they merge them together, which is ridiculous. And
that's the people who pick what to sell off of Etsy. Is that those?
Yeah. The terms are now meaningless. I know that, but at the same time, it's just like no, they don't connect at all. I mean, it would be wonderful if they would actually consult the merchandise people and say it's just like, hey, what is actually selling? Oh, really? People love Figment. People love Dreamfinder. Maybe we should put that in the right. But they don't think about that because the merchandise creators are far beneath them, even though they're the ones that have the actual data on what sells and what doesn't. So whenever you see a character inside of the parks and everything, whenever you see a thing like this this $200 sculpture, and it's like I've seen him many times. People just like, oh, that means that they're going to. No, they're not going to do that. They're completely iron curtained off. That's different. So,
absolutely. And Brer, I'm sure you have lots of thoughts about this. But just to set it up for the audience, why Dr. Facilier is not featured in Tiana's Bite Adventure goes back to, well, what Dr. Facilier is known for, voodoo. And how do we know this? Well, we know this a couple of ways. One, internally, I've heard some conversations to this effect as to why Dr. Facilier wasn't featured, but also two, remember when they were talking about Mama Odie and how she would be actually featured in this attraction, this goes back to February 13, 2024 for this particular post, they talked about Mama Odie and referred to her as a Bayou fairy godmother. Well, that's interesting because she was known as a voodoo priestess from the actual movie Princess and the Frog.
The movie that came out in 2009. Yes, 2009. This is not something that came out in like, gee, I don't know, 1947? No, this is 2009, and they still have problems with any depiction of anything whatsoever in there, which is really just them artificially finding fault with anything.
Rare, this, the removal of both Voodoo and Dr. Facilier, that made the attraction so much better, correct?
Oh, of course, yeah. I love the fact that there's no tension on the lift hill. I love that it's all happy fun times going up. And what drop? There's no drop. It's a shortcut.
Yes, a shortcut to bounce you right into the bayou and get you on over to the party, right?
What I don't get is, so they changed Mama Odie's title or whatever. Why couldn't they have done the same with Dr. Facilier? Like, in the movie, he's the Shadow Man. Just call him the Shadow Man. Like, it's not super hard to find a way to write him into the story. They didn't want to. And I think this kind of goes along lines with a lot of their recent projects. They're scared of making the audience scared. You saw it with Snow White, how they changed Snow White. And I think they did a pretty good job with that attraction, notwithstanding the changes they made to the like reduction of the Queen. But still, like, did that have to be made? Did they have to take the scariness out of it? And I think for an attraction like this, you need some sort of tension because it's a thrill ride. It's half thrill, it's half dark ride. So would it have saved this attraction if Dr. Facilier was in it? Probably not. But would it have raised it from like a 4 out of 10 to like a 7 out of 10, like pretty decent attraction? I think so.
And would the plot have not been, hey, in all of New Orleans, we can't find any jazz musicians, so we're looking to you, people.
No, it wouldn't have been that.
Yeah. I mean, that was the part that just blew me away.
Yeah.
And of course, there is the fact that there is a company called Voodoo Donuts.
Yes.
And they have spots at Universal City Walk in a couple places too. And
here's another observation is they're building this villains land centered on villains. They have the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party show, and it showcases Dr. Facilier. So, I mean, he's showcased or will be, but not in this attraction.
That's because
the contradiction here.
Yeah, well, the contradiction is largely because the entire team that was involved with this particular attraction is so inept in every conceivable way with the way that they did. I mean, like they have basically 3 storylines that are going on with this entire attraction that go nowhere and they don't get resolved. There's about 3 backstories that are all going on concurrently, and then they just never resolve the entire way through. It's just like, so you're supposed to be there looking for a special spice, and then you're supposed to be looking for a jazz band, and then you're supposed to be doing something else, but you never actually do any of that stuff. Okay, the end. That's it with it. And to go with Brer Oswald's comments and everything about not wanting to scare the audience and everything, I think that Hollywood, just in general, has a very big problem with doing what's known as, in psychological terms, shadow work. They do not identify and they do not do any shadow work whatsoever, which is really, you need to introspectively look at the darkness within inside of yourself and within humanity, so that you can actually overcome it. That's it in a very, very concise nutshell there, and they're not doing that at all now.
But there's another reason why they didn't want to go with voodoo imagery, because voodoo employs a lot of crosses and Christian imagery. because that's how they merged the African stuff into the Americas and the colonies. And God forbid we should do that. Ooh, white supremacy, get thee behind me, not really Satan.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, if we, I'm going to correct you, Erica, just for a second, because I think it's very relevant, featuring Vasilier in future works. It's interesting because this future villains show that they're going to be doing at Disney Hollywood Studios and Villains Land, we have not seen any mention of Dr. Vasilier going forward. I think Imagineering is on one side of the spectrum where it's like we want to get rid of this character, but consumer products, who knows what sells, is like, but this character sells, and we're going to sell product based on him. So you have these kind of conflicting things going on. Oh, go ahead, Erica.
But go back to that drawing,
please. Let me see here, right there.
Yeah, right there. So the Fantasia one with the demon.
Chernabog.
I mean, like, that's got a very, religious connotation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not much different than Dr. Facilier.
No.
Maybe. But when you see things going on, but when you see things going on in the world where, for example, and again, I'm not trying to be political, this is cultural. They blamed nominee Pete Hegseth for having this cross tattoo and said it was a sign of white supremacy, and the exact same logo was on the front page of the program at Jimmy Carter's funeral. I mean, these people...
Because that's the Jerusalem cross.
These people are able to mix and match to their own political whatever because they don't know anything about any of this. They have no background in it, and they're not interested in learning.
Or they know perfectly well what it is, and that they're optioning to cherry pick anything that fits their narrative, a la Sam Harris.
I'm going to go with that. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
So it really just
knocking at the door, Vash.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we do have somebody knocking at the door. Let's go ahead and get them on screen right now. Ron, I'm sure you have much to say about all of this. Stop featuring Dr. Facilier in the consumer products, but not necessarily in attractions themselves. Please, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, did you ever once see him even eat broccoli in the movie?
No.
It's a fair point.
No, I mean, like, yeah, you know what? The whole thing, I've said this so many times. How can you have Mama Odie and not have Dr. Facilier if your excuse of not having Dr. Facilier is voodoo? They called Mama Odie, what did they call her? They didn't call her the Bayou Fairy Godmother. Okay, so if they're going to do that, why not have Dr. Facilier just be the evil sorcerer of the Bayou, or whatever the heck they want to call him? There's no...
That's Brer's exact point.
And by the way, they're perfectly happy with a character whose fixation is on empty bottles, not asking who emptied them and what was in them. I mean, she's like her own version of the Chianti bottles in an Italian restaurant, which I always thought was a great reason to start an Italian restaurant, because you got to drink all that wine to do the decor.
You listen to Jennifer Lewis's rants, and you're pretty darn sure she is gone with everything that she drank out of those bottles.
Yeah, you know what's in those bottles for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's a thought though. It's just like, okay, so why did they choose Princess and the Frog to do this attraction? Well, they did that because people have seen the movie and they like the movie. Also, there's other reasons why they did that, but that's one of the biggest reasons why, is because you've actually seen the movie and you like it. Well, in the movie, they have all of this stuff which they've edited out for the attraction, which is kind of, well, stupid. So that's
about
the part
as
that just gets
stupid
me
as
about it.
Moana's journey of sewage, as the number one princess in the universe that they're planning both animated and live action sequels to. And after, 12 years since the first movie, the best they could do was a splash pad? Give me a break.
Yeah. I said, I was at the Poly the other day, the new Island Tower, where they have just one little Moana thing in the splash pad. And I think, they got rid of a beautiful show, the Aloha, the Luau show.
Spirit of Aloha.
They could have at least replaced the Spirit of Aloha show with Journey of Water and put that there at the Poly where it actually maybe kind of belongs. It doesn't belong in the park. It's not.
Would have sold hotel rooms. I'll tell you that.
Oh, it would have been super nice, like a super nice feature for the hotel.
Right, but as a supposed park attraction, you're like I've been through it a number of times, and I'm like, this just does not like. I get that they're trying to go back to edutainment, sort of.
Well,
but
it's
not
eduganda.
edutainment.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is it fails at that. It's people don't know what it is. It's so funny when you walk in there. Like I've been through several times. Like the guests are like, what is this supposed to be? Really? Like they don't get it because there's nothing to get. It doesn't make any sense. It's so funny.
Well,
beautiful at night.
By the committee, die by the committee. Well, here's my idea. Great, we'll put it all in. Yeah, that'll have cohesiveness and story and.
Yeah, but that whole entire thing, and I'm not coming on you, Ron, about it because I know that what the narrative is and everything. It's just like, oh yeah, this is edutainment. I'm just like, you mean in the edutainment way that going on to a roller coaster that has a loop in it, it teaches you, quote unquote, teaches you about centrifugal force. I mean, and like you can do that all with. I mean, there's an actual term for this. It's called being wiggish. Where you can reattach anything to anything else. It's just like, oh yeah, definitely. This is a bit going on a roller coaster is a profoundly educational experience.
Wait, imagine if after you got off the more intense version of Mission Space, they had Gary Sinise telling you the reason why you're about to throw up is because of, and they went into a scientific explanation of it. That would be really entertaining, right?
About the human body. You see, it's just like, look, you regurgitate when you get upset and everything. It's just like, oh, this is a wonderfully edutainment experience. I can go and I can use this education that I found elsewhere. Like, no, that's not what this is for.
Of course, that's about as educational as Bill Nye and Ellen DeGeneres at Energy telling you what they had to tell you.
I can't believe he got a medal. I'm so freaking.
Well,
that. It's like just like he's not even a scientist.
Hey,
he's not even a scientist.
Medals.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true.
Come on now.
Well,
but like the weirdest part to me is you walk into Epcot now. There's this weird Magic Kingdom Epcot connection now, where you walk into Journey of Water and you see Tafiti, and then you walk into Magic Kingdom and you see the backside of Tafiti dropping logs. So
that's good. Speaking of logs, though, we're going here.
Well, this is a kid show.
There was kid show for sure, family friendly. But there was one aspect of the previous story that I want to go ahead and bring up, so we might as well make it its own segment. Apparently, Disney might be doing something about at least Disneyland's version of Tiana's By Adventure. This was very interesting, Brer. I'm sure you saw this as well. This
I don't know if I have.
Here.
Oh, maybe.
Well, let's go ahead and bring this up right here. Matt Desmond, who has been on this attraction now 112 times.
Oh, the number one fan, yeah.
The number one fan for sure. They're running water dummies on Tiana's By Adventure at Disneyland tonight. This is the first time I've seen them use the dummies since before previews started. Do we think, everybody, that Disney might be doing something about at least the upline connected to this specific attraction, or maybe aspects of it, maybe adjusting water levels or something? What would mandate this from going on here?
I have questions though. It's just like, is this being cycled like this during guest hours?
No.
Okay, the attraction closes early, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they've made a point of the attraction not being on the extra hours list anymore. So obviously they're doing. I have no knowledge. I'm just guessing.
Mm-hmm.
If you have an attraction that only runs half a day without breaking down, if you could get more people through it during that half a day, and therefore they may be changing the sequencing of the logs to try and put more of them throughput per hour or whatever, and they're doing that for this reason. I don't know.
Well, it also the only thing that I could think of is that I'm thinking that they can also be doing this to work on the sensors for the individual scenes, because they've overtly complicated this by having all the scenes be triggered by the IR beams. they might
Right.
be doing it for that as well, which is ridiculous. I'm like, if you're having this much of a problem with this, then you just need to go ahead and you need to bring back in the programmers and do a continuous show. Because this is ridiculous. I'm like, no, your little technological gag, your little stupid R&D Bruce Vaughn thing didn't work. Let's just go back to the original way that you were doing it.
Yeah, it's
And
not going
meanwhile,
to work as many
main
times as they
animatronic
try
in
and
the
fix
finale
it.
work while you're at it, guys. If you can.
Are we?
The plane from Beijing, not the boat. The boat.
You were
Are
saying
we
Fred?
100%? Are we 100% sure that they're not just doing this to go? Let's see how many dummies actually ride this thing.
That's funny. Rare, go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, as many times as they're going to try and force this sensor trigger thing, it's not going to work on this ride because the ride wasn't designed for that in mind back in 1989. Like, it's especially the scene at the end with Mama Odie where the logs naturally back up. Like, that's not going to work. It's not going to work with the sensor triggering because you're always going to have logs backing up because it's close to the load area. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's like they designed a completely different attraction and then they just shoehorned it into Splash Mountain in the last minute.
They also don't know how water works. They don't know how water works with this.
No, they don't.
It's not an exact science. This is not an omni-mover attraction. And they're always cascade. I mean, I hate it when they do that, but if you've got really amazing loaders that understand the concept that you can only put through as much as you can take out, by the way, that almost never happens because you're dealing with people that don't really understand this concept from an operational perspective. But if you did, even then there would be problems with it because it's always going to cascade at the bottom no matter what.
Yeah.
Now, this is interesting because you remind me of a couple of things. One, I know the Imagineers had real problems with the initial launch of, or at least the testing period, before the opening of the Frozen Ever After attraction at Epcot, because that is a trigger based attraction in which scenes play out as you come upon them, and really it was never designed to do that. To your point, the same thing actually happens here. Well, we've seen the problems from that. Also, too, I had a source actually reach out and say, hey, one of the big reasons why this attraction goes down, specifically at Disneyland, is because the weight of the logs there might not actually be enough weight for some of the triggers and sensors that they've newly installed to actually activate. So that could be why this might be happening as what. I totally forgot about that, and then something clicked there. So,
if you guys had to guess with all of your expertise, how many log flume rides of one kind or another are there in the world right now?
Well, it's what,
and
60
this
years
one
old,
doesn't work.
Tech.
The one from the
crazy.
premier #1 famous theme park guys doesn't work, and all those other ones somehow work.
Well, they work because they're just they're essentially log flumes. That's it. I mean, like they can have some animated scenes or vignettes on the side, but I get what you're saying with it too. It's just like
it's not rocket science. It's not an innovative new technology. It's not a KUKA arm. It's not a
no.
You know, it's certainly not any of that stuff we've seen that's going to be happening at Epic.
No.
The reason why it doesn't work is because of the show effects. It has nothing to do with the actual ride operation itself. They've overcomplicated the system yet again.
They did not design this with the constraints in mind, and
it's one of those "what does God need with a starship?" questions. You know.
To your point, Lou, Aero Development figured this out. It's like. And you've just had an instance in which you had problems with something like this with another attraction. Why on earth would you want this to inherit those same problems? Go ahead, Lou.
I was watching somewhere, I think it was in Sweden, a park with the tallest Mad Mouse in the world. And it was amazingly big. I mean, it's scary big, and it works. So if you can do one of those, I forget where it was now. I'm sorry, I don't remember. It was pretty damn impressive.
Well,
you're talking about like the wild mouse is in like Primeval World Wild Mouse, and is that what you're talking about?
Well, but this was in Sweden someplace, and it was like 3/4 as tall as Superman at Magic Mountain, for example. It was just really up there, really up there. And gosh, that's one of the oldest styles of coasters in the history of coasters, for God's sakes. But hey, you know.
The Vilda Museum in Stockholm, Sweden, I believe is what we're talking about here. It's pretty big wild mouse from what I understand. Let me go ahead and get it on the screen here.
Yeah, I think I might have put that little link to the clip somewhere in the back channel. But anyway,
Oof.
I'm watching that going, holy tamale, you know, it's like, but and not killing anybody.
I will never. I don't care how much Stories Matters was involved or anything else. I will never get over the fact that the Walt Disney Company took something that was not broke and they tried to fix it. Even in their own darn movie, you got a clock saying, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. And Splash Mountain was the least broke of any of the rides. I mean,
and most beloved. I think that's it.
Exactly. Yeah. Beloved, and the theming, and it was a beautiful ride. All they would have need to do is maintain it. And, you know, it just...
Which they can't even do with the new one.
Exactly. But why do we have to live in a world where people are going to go look back at the past and go, well, that was problematic, or that we think that's problematic now, so we're going to just retrofit it and say that it was also problematic back then, and we're going to make it worse by saying, like, it bothers me because this goes into what they put on the Disney Plus, the warnings, the trigger warnings that they put on the Disney Plus movies with things like Swiss Family Robinson. Are they going to get rid of the treehouse now because Swiss Family Robinson is considered problematic?
They're Swiss, so that way they don't offend anyone.
Ron, you're opening the floodgates for like literally a 5-hour diatribe I can go on, and I'm not even hyperbolic about that.
We believe you.
Your entire questioning right there was just the one thing, though, I just will mention is a small thing. It's just like those warnings on Disney Plus. The part that really infuriates me the most is when they say it was wrong then and it is wrong now. Yeah, I'm like, you mean to tell me at the time that they maliciously did XYZ, knowing that it was improper for people to do? This was the Walt Disney Company, most of the time on those warnings, led by Walt Disney himself, that wanted to intentionally antagonize a racial group or stereotype. And then he decided to do it anyway, knowing that it was "quote unquote" wrong then, and it is wrong now. When it's neither of those things, I'm like that part is particularly repugnant to me.
Exactly.
Did you see, by the way, Aunt Jemima's coming back on the pancake mix?
God, yes, I did,
because they couldn't sell it the other way.
Bring back Ben.
I will never buy pearl milling BS.
Well, who knew what that was?
I won't do it.
Yeah, all remnants of 2020 with the BLM and all that sort of thing. It's just like, you know, that's all that's all this relates to.
Well,
it's just, you know, we had one corporate casualty after another. Splash Mountain is just the most expensive, most prominent, and most permanent of those casualties.
Very sadly, yes.
Yeah, you just can't slap Briar Rabbit back on.
No.
It would be funny though.
No.
I'm sure they will try and sell merch in 10 years, but yeah.
Well, that was what, like, I remember, I'll never forget the Splash Mountain, the store closing, and I mean, everybody, the line to get the merch before they got rid of the Splash Mountain merch, it was so long. Okay, you're telling me that the attraction wasn't beloved and that it was culturally wrong or whatever, and yet you got like thousands of fans lined up to get the Briar Patch merch. I mean, I'm sorry, but like,
I'm afraid though, Ron, we have poorly trained them in certain respects on that. And the obvious example to me is Main Street Electrical Parade. It's going to be gone. We're going to sell all the light bulbs. Oh, wait, we're bringing it back. Oh, it's going to be gone forever. Oh, wait, we're bringing it back. Oh, we found some more light bulbs. You want to buy them? They're now 3 times what we charged you last time. So, you know,
I think it's a competition between who has the most farewell tours. Is it Cher, Barbara Streisand, or the Main Street Electrical Parade?
But who here has
if
seen
they could
the
turn
Airplane?
back time?
Have you seen the Airplane movie, like the old spoof Airplane movie?
Sure, of course. In
I
fact,
feel like the
stories on the
stories
genre guide.
Right. The Stories Matter group is that lady that's in the seat, and the rest of us are the passengers shaking her and slapping her across the face and saying, stop this.
But I think it's notable, like even before they announced this, when they first came out with the Brer Rabbit plush, I think it was in 2018, it sold out in Disneyland. It sold out so well that they couldn't restock it for an entire year. I remember I was trying to get one back then, and it didn't work out. I think before that too, they had a Funko Pop where they had Brer Bear and Brer Rabbit in a log, and there was like a 2-hour line in Disney Springs to get it. Like this stuff, it sold. It was popular.
Among all the stories of missed merch opportunities, the people who made Babe never anticipated people would want to buy a pig. And the people who made plushy pigs, like what's that called, Gund, or one of those German, they went nuts with it, and there was never official merch because they never got around to it. So, this stuff. Oh, let's see, eBay pirates.
Well, I mean, what you're saying about
this
that
was
too.
when they announced it.
Yeah, that's awful too, and I have thoughts and insiders on that as well. But this is one of the jumping off points about why, because you're saying, okay, yes, Brer Rabbit and everything makes money and everything, but yet they're going to take this out. This is a perfect illustration of why I don't like to, or at least I'd like to as much as possible, point out that you shouldn't personalize a massive corporation like this. So I know that we do it as a shorthand just in conversation where we say, okay, well, Disney does this, or Disney did that, or Apple does this, or X does that. It's just like, no, it's really, it has to do with, look, you have divisions of these massive corporations which never actually communicate with each other ever on anything. Correct. So it's just like, so when you see something like this, it's just like, yes, the merchandise people, yes, they know that it makes money, but the people in Imagineering, they don't care. They don't get the money. They don't. They're not involved with the entire process. So Correct. Why should they care about it? Now with these eBay sellers and everything, which I also find disgusting, Disney can go ahead and they have in the past. They've put down purchasing limits on all of these things, and they can make it very, very hard for anyone to actually engage in this kind of activity.
You just have to touch your ticket.
Yeah, they don't, but they don't do that because they are more concerned about they're more concerned about moving the product out of the store than they are providing a fairness for somebody else, because their fear in this, which is an unfounded fear, but it's a fear nonetheless, is that, okay, wait a minute, if we put down a 2-item limit on this means potentially we could have overstock, which we're going to have to sell at a loss later on. They don't want to do that, which is very, very unfortunate, but that's the way that they're looking at it in the calculus for this.
Absolutely.
Well, we live in a world of counterfeit. For example, the videos on YouTube, where there used to be all these great so-called Karen videos, where some woman would come up and scream at people in their car. And now you see like the same woman in 23 videos, and it's all an act. I learned the word for that. That's called histrionics. That's what histrionics are. Oh, okay.
I'm not saying whether or not I may have gotten paid to be in a video like that.
Well, why does Ron need a starship?
Speaking of Splash Mountain and Tiana's Bike Adventure, and which one's better, which one's worse? Interesting.
Splash Mountain's better.
Of course.
By large margin.
I think that's an objective fact at this point. A certain edition of Jeopardy actually made reference to this. This is some funny stuff. Now, I couldn't find my audio enhanced version that I have, so I'm gonna have to go to the YouTube video that we actually posted on that Park Place for this. But here we go. Let's go ahead and see what Jeopardy had to say about all this. Let's see if this absolutely. Here we go.
Disney Princess is in therapy for 800.
Are you fulfilling your own culinary dreams or enthralled to your father's? Maybe the new ride about you will ease your burden. Courtney.
Who is Tiana?
That's right, even though it'll always be Splash Mountain to me.
Same here.
Good for him.
He should have sung
There you
it to
go.
the tune of Billy Joel's about it's still rock and roll to
So-
me.
Way to go, Scarlett Johansson's husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's known for. Come on, Yost here. Josh, are you gonna say?
He's on SNL as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Host of
Some
the
of the
weekend.
news guys.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Damn,
It shows
okay.
you how not with it I am. He. So I don't think that he's actually being sincere at all. I think that he is.
I don't
He
think so
is
either.
literally. I think he's mocking every single Splash Mountain fan.
Folks, all of this stuff is pre-written
That
for
makes
these
sense.
people. If you think it's spontaneous,
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. But
That's a fair point.
I don't think that he is necessarily one of us with this.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think that even in the delivery of it, he is mocking
Yeah, you
himself.
can hear it in his tone.
But I can tell you this: the term Splash Mountain is referenced in virtually every TV show that ever existed when Splash Mountain existed. I mean,
Yeah.
like Splash Mountain is a term that everybody knew. Like it was such a famous ride. It was such a well-received ride.
Didn't Eisner
And-
name it or Eisner's kid? I forget. which.
yeah.
So they named it
It-
after the Splash movie, which had nothing
Yeah.
to do with it.
Right.
It's,
Yeah,
but-
it's a weird story, but yeah, it is named after Splash the movie because they wanted to because that back when they were doing the development of it for the audience. I'm sure everyone on the panel already knows this, but I'm just going to recap. Splash had just came out when Eisner was going through Imagineering and looking at the plans for the Zippity Doo Dah Run or Zippity Doo
River
Dah
Run, yeah.
something, or River Ride or something that was there. And he's just like, hey, can we put a mermaid in this attraction as well? And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. I mean, I know that you're very happy about your little Madison movie and everything. That's amazing. But by the way, the name Madison for girls did not originate until that movie. If you see any girl named Madison now, she is named after Madison in the Splash movie. Anyway, so they kept the name of the movie on the mountain with that. So yeah,
all I know is that they had the fountain, the mermaid fountain. I think it was from that movie in Hollywood
Yes.
Studios
Yeah.
for years, right? MGM. But yeah, it was. I always
yeah,
loved going to
it's
see
great.
that.
Yeah, and that
Wow.
actually started its life cycle. That was actually done cast from a mold that they were using for Herbie Goes Bananas. It was a ice sculpture in that first, and then they reused it, and then they put it in bronze for the movie Splash, which is one of the
Wow.
most tender scenes in all of Hollywood history. I mean, if you're into rom-coms and everything, that scene just gives you goosebumps. It's just gorgeous.
And as some of you already know, once upon a time I dated one of the mermaids at the submarine ride at Disneyland, although after she had done that. So I was into mermaids before mermaids were cool, therefore.
That sounds a little fishy to me, Lou.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll tell you a tale of a tale of a tale. But anyway, whale of a tale of a...
Or two.
I didn't want to miss your commentary.
I
Erica,
am
I believe-
restraining myself from the tail jokes.
Oh well. There are
well,
many
you're only working
avenues
for
which you
scale
could
here,
go.
so you can't really go into it.
Yeah. There was one thing though that Ron was saying
Since you're
about like
floundering.
all these movies about all these TV shows referencing Splash. Right now, I've been engaged in a kind of back burner project where I'm doing a project called Grown Girls Do Disney, which I'm taking every single Disney reference that has ever been made on that show, and I'm going to clip them together and everything. And Splash Mountain has already come up twice. And I'm up to season 6 right now of season 7. So yeah, very, very culturally prolific.
Yeah,
Well, it was the most the most beloved attraction at Walt Disney World. I think that's demonstrable. I think that's clear. Brer, do you have that tweet on hand of the survey results? That
I don't think I do. Was it a tweet or was it an article?
Well, I thought somebody had. I thought you had responded to somebody suggesting that Tiana's Bayou Adventure and Splash.
Oh,
Mountain
I know what you're
were,
talking
like,
about. I know what you're talking about.
right?
Yeah.
If you could bring that up and place it in the private chat, because I'm limited
Yeah,
resources right now. Very apologize.
Let me just look.
But-
I just gotta go back.
But somebody was attempting to say, okay, well, Tiana's Bay Adventure is almost, it's almost the exact same as Splash Mountain when it came to this specific survey, even though the amount of respondents for each were very, very different. It still showed that Splash was technically higher. Now, one could argue, okay, well, that's in the realm of, let's say, it's a margin of error. That's what they call it in polling. But still, though, even with as high of a response rate as Splash Mountain received, it was still higher than Tiana's Bay Adventure, which, the amount of respondents were actually very low in comparison. And it just kind of is demonstrable to show that the Splash Mountain attraction, as just a log flume, was very highly liked, very highly praised. And obviously Tiana's Bay Adventure inherited that. So that could obviously,
but it's also
why.
a matter of how many people physically had ever been on it. And especially since it's been broken so much, that number is enormously small for Tiana, even into both parks.
Yes.
Well, yeah, you need a virtual queue to get on it, and not everybody knows how to do that.
That's it exactly. That's why the respondents were so By
different. Golly, you young whippersnappers! I remember when you'd go to the park, get in line, and ride a ride. I tell you, it was. Oh, come on, Grandpa! That can't possibly.
Oh, it sounds like paradise. It just sounds so wonderful.
Who was president then? Washington.
Let me put you in the bed, right? Grandpa. Let me put you in the bed, Grandpa.
Yeah. I still can't for the life of me figure out, even though there's a supposed story behind it, how they could ever have thought putting the slave mine in the queue of Tiana's Bay Adventure was somehow less racist than
especially since the only other reference to salt mines in the history of Disney is what they turned the donkeys into in Pleasure Island and Pinocchio and put them to work in.
Right.
Exactly.
Which was not traumatizing at all.
So it's weird. It's just like.
Well, I mean, the whole entire controversy is weird with that one. I mean, we won't get into it because I know that we need to move on to other topics and everything. But the reason why Song of the South, if you want to look at it, it's an enormously complex history. But if you really want to focus down on it, the reason why Song of the South is so villainized in all of media right now is that it was a payback because the NAACP couldn't attack Gone with the Wind, but they could attack little Walt Disney Productions with their Song of the South, which has a similar aesthetic to it. That's the only reason why there's any controversy for it. Everything that Song of the South and Splash Mountain has gotten all the hate for it is just redirected hate from Gone with the Wind.
I did not know that. That is
it's well publicized. This is not just me making it up. You could look.
I completely I believe you. I've heard some stuff about like how it relates to Hattie McDaniel, so that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, but it's all
because of course we wanted all those great actors, her and what was it, Butterfly McQueen, and we wanted them to be unemployed and not have food to feed their families and send their kids to college or anything like that, based on principle. Right.
Considering what principles they talk about now, I have so many issues with that. Like, there's just
now it's vice principles.
Interesting. So you can see right here.
But I've told the story before. But I was at Splash Mountain at Disneyland during the soft opening, and as you got off, there were people with clipboards asking you questions, and apparently the majority of people said we loved it. But we really don't know the story because, of course, the movie had been disappeared for so long.
That's true.
And that's when they put the little signs in the queue that said it wasn't yesterday or the day before or whatever, and told you a little bit about the backstory so you understood it. So they listened and they asked and they made it work. But
yeah, and they adjusted the Florida version too with that in mind.
Yeah. So
you can see the list of respondents right here, and it's broken down by kind of preschool. What is it? Teens, young adults, all that. You can see, I mean, all the scores for everything are basically virtually identical. So that's one thing where you really don't have, this grading system doesn't really have the nuance necessary in order to distinguish between these attractions at all. But But you can see right here, and this is a chart, by the way, that people were trying to throw shade at people who were fans of Splash Mountain. You can see right here, 386 respondents, 144 respondents, and so forth in the Tiana's by Adventure category. So far less than the response for any of these other attractions, more established, that is. And you can see virtually identical to Splash, all the way up until you get into the senior category, where Tiana's by Adventure falls behind 4 to 4.5 over there in Splash Mountain. By the way, Splash Mountain being the top of the list because, well, it was one of the most desired and most fond in all of Walt Disney World.
So, who were the respondents?
Steve Harvey asked 100 people.
I never got asked my opinion over this way by a survey. Well,
yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, they didn't poll Ron. Ron would have said something completely different.
I never get polled.
If I could just have just a slight aside on this one, one of my longtime supporters, one of my dearest friends, Neil Hunter Hyde is in the chat right now. Asked me a question. Yes, the NAACP was consulted during the planning phases of Splash Mountain, and as Tony Baxter has said in a recent interview about like a year and a half ago, and this also explains why he decided to separate himself from the project of the conversion. They were consulted the entire way through, and the NAACP said basically that it's innocuous, that they didn't necessarily approve it, but they didn't find anything wrong with the attraction either. So that's the whole thing.
Yeah,
or the movie, if you went and really talked to them about it. Yeah. And this points out something that I've taken as the lesson of all of this. When people cast aspersions wrongly at a piece of art, of media, and claim it's racist or it's sexist or this or that, and it isn't, by God, you got to slap that down right away. You can't let it sit out there and grow as an urban myth and be taken as reality. And that was the mistake Disney made with Song of the South. So
that was one of the things that allowed this to fester, is because when they took it out, when they stopped distributing Song of the South, and so it became far less available than it had before, any dispersions that you cast towards it are basically essentially treated as fact because nobody's seen it.
Right.
Correct. So that's the other thing.
I've owned a VHS bootleg since I was in film school, but that's another story.
I'm sure. But I can't speak to how this poll was conducted or the authenticity of it whatsoever, but I just found it interesting that people were trying to attack Splash Mountain fans over this, and even the data that they used determined not quite as popular as Splash Mountain. What?
I mean, even if you argue it's popular, it goes to the whole question, like, why would you take your most popular ride and change it to something if you're not improving it?
You're blaming the audience. How dare you make it popular, you evil, racist, white supremacist people, you. You're blaming the audience.
To virtually signal, because that's what Disney's been doing in recent years.
If you're looking for logic here, you will find none.
No.
Right.
I've learned that over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Now
Disney's about as good at virtue signaling as they are signaling on their highways at Walt Disney World right now. God, those signs are.
Boy!
I mean, there's one when you're driving out of Animal Kingdom and it's the big road sign overhead, and it's just completely washed out right now. They haven't replaced it yet. Last I was there, so.
Well, they're hoping you stay lost so you won't go to Universal.
Clever girl. Okay, well, thank you so much, Brer Oswald, for joining us and giving me that link from before there, right there. If you want to just follow a awesome account, hilarious in commentary and feedback and replies and all of that, you've definitely got to check out Brer Oswald. Brer, what do you got going on over there?
Just join me if you want to see any of my takes. Some of them are popular, most of them are quite controversial, but I stick to speaking my mind, my opinion. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
Pleasure to meet you. I was not aware of you until today, and now I am, and I will dive in.
Sounds good.
So good. He's
Yeah.
And good to be on a panel with you. Obviously, we follow each other on X. I just made sure I got all your notifications. I just plucked that one too. So
yeah,
good.
Nice to hear you too.
Thank
Yeah,
you
so
so much, Brer, for joining us.
problem.
It's always a pleasure.
no
Seriously.
problem. I'd love to come on again. It doesn't have to be about Splash. I can talk about other stuff as well. But,
Oh, okay. Well,
You are rapidly becoming a Brer necessity.
yes.
Um,
Thank you very
I'm
much.
I'll send you the
following you.
links. Yep.
I'm already following you on X.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
Follow him.
You're
Follow
welcome.
him. Hit that follow button right there. Thank you so much, Erica. And thank you so much, Brer, for joining us. I'll be giving you links going forward here with all your commentary on all things theme parks. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank
day,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
We'll see you later. Speaking of all things theme parks, and I know people on this panel have opinions on this one. I don't know if you guys have heard, but apparently the edutainment part of Epcot might be going away here.
What do you mean, might?
Yeah, exactly. Slowly but surely, it is being withered away. This by That Park Place. Walt Disney World Digi's live manatees at the Seas Pavilion. Is Epcot getting further from Walt's original vision? This by Marvin Montanaro, January 15, 2025. Here we go. The Seas with Nemo and Friends at Epcot, once a cornerstone of Disney's commitment to combining education with entertainment, has lost two of its most beloved residents, that be Little Joe and Inigo. The pavilion's resident manatees have been relocated, leaving the manatee viewing area roped off and inaccessible to guests. This change, while reportedly in line with recommendations from the Manatee Rehabilitation Partnership and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, is just the latest in a series of moves that diminish Epcot's value as an educational theme park. And again, this follows getting rid of the dolphins that occurred 6 months ago now, almost 5 months ago, I guess, according to this date right here, October 23rd, 2024. And it's really interesting because back in 2019, the fan favorite Tom Corliss actually wrote an article on Walt Disney World News Today talking about a rumor that he had heard that maybe seeing the Seas and the Land pavilions actually going away. Now, I can't necessarily speak to that rumor specifically, but do these moves to get rid of maybe the edutainment aspect of Epcot via these displays of dolphins and manatees, does this lend credence to this idea, or are we, am I getting ahead of myself right here? What are your thoughts on all of this, please? And by the way, I believe we have somebody joining us. Yes, that being Nolan Thunder. Welcome to the
Hello,
panel.
Fred. Sorry I'm late.
What are your thoughts on all of this that you're seeing right here?
I can see the Seas going away. Go ahead, Nolan.
Oh no, I missed what you were talking about. So go for it.
Okay. Rumors that
I
the
thought you
seas
heard in
and
the
the
back.
land are
Okay,
history.
sorry about that.
Nolan.
I do apologize.
I don't see how. I mean, there's so much interconnectivity with the land and Soarin' being such a popular attraction, and Christmas time, of course, living with the land is super popular. It's the only Christmas layover in the park, or overlay, I should say, in the park. I just don't see the land pavilion going away. It just
I
seems
do
like a
hear,
staple.
however, that the land is going to do a whole new emphasis in the voyage through the gardens on the use of natural fertilizers, because they seem to have abundance of it in the pavilion.
Oh,
Ah,
Wonder
just
what
so
that
you-
can smell like.
I don't know.
Oh,
but
wait.
I think that could be just crap.
Yeah, well,
That could
I
be
think
a
they're going
bunch
to
of-
rename it Soarin' over Septic.
Yeah, but
I-
the Seas
I was a
Pavilion.
little late on that one.
I let Josh. I want to know what Josh has to say, because the Seas Pavilion has not been very popular for a while. Although Turtle Talk with Crush is very popular. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that it's also, by the way, what you're looking at right now is my recently upscaled and massively manually enhanced footage. This is the B-roll that was shot for the Seas before the pavilion actually even opened. You can see that on my website right now. But yeah, I don't think that there was any credence to that. I think that they were thinking about it for 5 seconds about getting rid of the land and the seas. But then when you actually look at the logistics of removing either one of those, But first of all, you're right about the land. The land is ridiculously popular. It has a food court in it. It also has, which is a profit center, as well as the rotating restaurant. So you've got those two going on with it. You've got one of the most popular attractions, if not the most popular attraction in the park. If you're looking at it just from a percentage of the gate, which is a very important reference that they use for everything, which is Soarin', of course. So yeah, they're not going to get rid of that at any time soon. With the seas, however, that one, there's enormous amounts of infrastructure that supports that entire tank area and everything. To do that would be absolute madness. To do that, I mean, you're talking about because every single one of the pavilions and everything is part of their original design and conception. And I have this because I have the full blueprints of the Living Seas and everything. That they have to come up with a demolition plan for each one of these attractions, and this is just part of building codes and everything. So even when you're constructing something, you're constructing your baby, you have to tell people how to tear it down later, which is really weird. But still, they have that one. That one goes on for somewhere in the neighborhood of 36 months that they would take to completely destroy the Living Seas. And think about how the optics are. I mean, you're getting rid of like fish and wildlife and everything with that too. In regards to the manatees leaving, from what I understand, they will be bringing back in other ones, but these are all. It's going to be basically a rehab center for manatees. So once they get healthy enough, they'll go ahead and they'll ship them out to somewhere else. So they're not completely gone right now. I'm sure that they're going to be, as morbid as it may sound, there will be other abused and misused manatees that will come in there, and they'll get taken care of, and then they'll move on to another location. With the dolphins, however, they have no plans to bring that back whatsoever right now, from what I understand. And that one's like really a killer because dolphins are part of the icon for that entire experience. I mean, there's a whole dynamic that's associated with them. I mean, like dolphins for one thing. I mean, like you have people like Elon Musk and other people looking for intelligent life elsewhere, which you will not find in anywhere near our galaxy, which means that it's basically impossible for us to ever find them if they even exist at all. But if you want to look at actual alien life, you can find that right here on Earth, and those are called dolphins. Dolphins have the largest brains per ratio of their body than we do. They are significantly more, they can be viewed as far more intelligent. They have an entire societal structure that we've barely scratched the surface, no pun intended, about how important they are to this planet.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua, you just explained why they chose to leave Disney.
Joshua, you just explained why.
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah,
Joshua,
but I mean, but of course, what you've got here, guys, is in some ways the same problem that Disney's California Adventure had. It was like, oh, you're going to have a park that's 80% local and show them California when they've been to the real Yosemite and they've been to the real Anzo Borrego Forest and they've been to the real San Francisco and Chinatown and Hyperion. And I love dolphins. I'm not knocking them in the least, but aren't they kind of a dime a dozen in Florida as far as places where you can go see them and interact with them?
But it's the same. It's the same that you make with something like it's part of the unique combination. The mix of attractions that you have, because yes, you can go to like, for example, this is a wonderful example of this. So they have Discovery Cove over at the SeaWorld theme park. Actually, it's across the street from the theme park, but in any case, if you were to go through the entire experience with that one, first of all, it's enormously expensive to do that. It's around like $150 to like $250 to just go ahead and experience it. You're only there with the dolphins, by the way, for about 30 minutes of the day, because you're there for like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 4 to 5 hours. You only get to be with the dolphins for 30 minutes of the day. and the rest of the day they are trying to solicit you to get the pictures of when you were taking pictures with the dolphins. I mean, it's just not as good an experience. Meanwhile, over at Epcot, when they had dolphins and they had the Dolphins in Depth program, you got to be with the dolphins for like $100+, and you got to be with them for 45 minutes. So you actually got to be with them for like 150% of the time that you were going to be doing at Discovery Cove for a fraction of the cost. And they also didn't bother the heck out of you for wanting to sell even more photographs of yourself with them. So yeah, they are. You can see dolphins anywhere else, but you can't see them at Epcot. You can't see them in conjunction with being able to have a dinner at a fancy French restaurant authentically at the France Pavilion and everything. It's all about the like proximity of that. So yeah, I take your point, Lou, with that one, but it's also like it's part of the uniqueness of the mix of the attractions that you're able to do that with these.
But of course, they even had an encounter situation like that at the Mirage in Vegas with dolphins. I remember it very well. So I get your idea about the proximity. Of course, you're paying the $200 to get into the park fee on top of the cost of that French dinner and all the rest of it. So I don't know. I mean, were a lot of people doing it is the obvious question. And then the big question I keep asking when they talk about they're going to tear out this, they're going to demolish that. What's going in its place?
Good question.
And
Very
what's
good
going
question.
in its place with enough potential throughput to make up for the 3 to 5 years of tearing it out and rebuilding whatever it is? So far, there's a very bad track record about that.
I have to ask Bash, the rumor story, was that published prior to them renaming the future world into districts that makes this part of world nature now?
So that was May 29th, 2019. I believe they announced the World Nature, World Celebration, and World Discovery at that year's D23 Expo. That would have taken place in like August or so.
Just because, like, thematically speaking, and I've said this before, right now, world nature is almost cohesive, except for imagination doesn't belong there. I keep saying that they should move. This is just an opinion, but I think that if they wanted to keep the theme cohesive, if you will, change the Imagination Pavilion into something that has to do with light and our dependence on sunlight. And then put Figment over into the Play Pavilion on the other side and build a whole brand new, Imagination at Play Pavilion inside what used to be the Wonders of Life. It's just kind of a general idea, but
here's the thing about that though. If you look at the maps where they actually redrew all of the areas and everything, Imagination is not part of World Nature. It is part of World Celebration. It's actually part of that. So it's ridiculous. You think that the World Celebration, because you're looking for some sort of logic again where there is none. But it's actually, the World Celebration is the center of Epcot with this ridiculous plan and everything. I even hate saying these ridiculous names. But like it goes there and then it veers off and it encompasses Imagination with it. So World Nature is actually only the Seas and the Land Pavilion, and then World Discovery is the rockets, roller coaster, and the other things, and Mission Space and Test Track. So again, makes no sense. But
they really should change the name of World Celebration to World Degradation, though, because that makes so much more sense.
No. It's shorter and simpler. Just respell it as SELL Abrasion.
It's horrible.
Anyway.
Yeah, but in really, it's just like it's totally unfortunate what's happening with that too. But I've always been like enormously fascinated with dolphins, and especially like their societal structure and everything. They really are an alien species on this planet. I know that this is a G-rated show, but it's dolphins are the only other animals on the planet that engage in the same activity that we do as humans, which is they copulate for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very fascinating.
Flipper! You're spoiling all my illusions.
Hey, look, I was lucky. I was very lucky enough in 1990. I think it was 1992, 91. Anyway, I worked at Six Flags and they had a dolphin show that year. This was in St. Louis. And I loved the dolphins' names were Wee T and Nikki. And I loved going over there in the off time when the park was closed. I used to go over there. I played ball with the dolphins, and I'm not like kidding about that. Like Wee T and Nikki were the name of the dolphins.
But
I would throw the ball
like small,
like Wee T,
okay.
not Wheatie, but Wee T. But it was so they were so obviously intelligent. Like I would go talk to them, they would interact. I wasn't a trainer or anything. I was just like some guy that we became familiar throughout the season. Like they obviously recognized who I was when I came up, and they had their like little beach ball in them, and they would like pop it on their nose and throw it to me so I could throw it back to them that we could play. It was the coolest thing ever. And it had, I was lucky because I just worked there and happened to have the experience. But dolphins really are, like Josh said, I mean, they are absolutely fascinating. And who knows what they would be if they had, limbs like we had. Like I'm sure they could build cities and do a better job than we could at certain things.
But how do we know that? I mean, other than getting a religious thing, how do we know that they aren't the smart ones? They, because who's to say who's better at this? It's just like, okay, yeah, sure, we've had technology and we had buildings and everything, but I mean, they get everything basically set up for them too. I mean, who's to say which lifestyle is better?
I think
Ron,
what you're
if you
saying
start
is
singing the song from The Little Mermaid about what would I be out of these waters, I'm going to just slap you.
No one.
Oh no, you guys are just scaring me now because I'm just afraid everything's going to end up like that one Treehouse of Horror on The Simpsons, where the dolphins take over the world and all that. Like, that's stuff scary, man.
Go to the Hitchhiker's Guide, so long and thanks for all the fish.
I think... Sorry, I think Pam makes a good point here. People visit Walt Disney World from all over the world. We don't have dolphins in the UK. Yes, I have swam with the dolphins in Dolphins Cove. It was over too soon. That's another interesting point. Not everybody who actually visits Walt Disney World is necessarily going to go to SeaWorld, and maybe you do come from a country where that those things are necessarily present, or as ubiquitous as maybe in the US. It is an interesting idea. I will say this. I mean, I think with all of this stuff, I hope the manatees come back. I hope they do. In lieu of that, though, I can't help but think that this might be another round of cost-cutting efforts from the Walt Disney Company, and we've just seen a lot of these operating expenses just be parried back. But go ahead, please. So there is a complication which I find even uncomfortable to talk about with this, because again, we've already talked about how much I love dolphins and everything. One of them is his name is I think Rainier and I are the same exact age as each other, because Rainier used to be like the longtime resident of it. Maybe it wasn't him, but it was one of the other ones, because they originally opened the pavilion with 3 dolphins. 2 of them were already mated, and one of them was separate from that. The other one that was separated from it, well, first of all, when they first opened the entire pavilion, the dolphins were not sectioned off. If you notice, whenever you've been there and everything, there's this big fence wall that's inside of the main tank that separates off the dolphins from everyone else. The reason why that is that they were having too much fun eating and playing with all of the other ones. So that was creating a huge problem with the rest of the fish. So that's the reason why they sectioned them off, that they have 1/4 of the tank by themselves. But that's not all, because again, dolphins are extraordinarily intelligent. They are the other aliens life form on this planet that's completely separate from our species. That includes having certain activities that we also are not very proud of as humans. So one of the dolphins, it might have been Rainier, it might not, I don't know, because I can't remember the names on this one, but one of them ended up playing with the other 2 to death. So they had to
tread carefully about these certain situations with them and everything. I want them back into the tank and everything, and there was no problem with them for 20 plus years after that. But at the same time, it's just like, okay, yeah, you can't have them free roaming and everything, but they should do everything that they can to put them back in. The other interesting thing about it is that when they go backstage, because they have a little pool that they go to there where they interact with everyone. That's also where they get natural light. This is another thing where, they're almost identical to humans, is that just like every other cast member at Walt Disney World, they have problems keeping them out of their break room because they keep always wanting to go back into the little pool and be with the humans and be with the sunlight instead of out in front.
Well, I remember going on whale watching trips with the LA Zoo Association out into the coast off of San Pedro. And we had this kind of crusty old sea captain guy who led the tours. And the whales, of course, interact with each other right there in front of all the kiddies. And it turns out that when the whales, I forget what variety it is. Anyway, when two of them are going at it, to use simple terms, a third one kind of plays guard and helps nudge them together and keep off the sharks or anybody else that's around. And all these little kids, what are they doing, Mommy? And this guy who's the captain is trying to keep it, quote unquote, clean for the kids, but still explain it to the Zoo Association. And that was one funny walking the line narration that this guy had to do. So, This is reality. This is the way it is. I don't know if it's alien, but it's certainly the wonderful world of Animal Kingdom. But of course, it's in the wrong park.
I just need one of you guys when describing these dolphins to start doing like the nature documentary voice, like the really soothing guy who's like, all right, bus trip, now we're going to see the dolphins.
How far do you want to take this, Nolan? Do you want me to do this the entire way through the rest of the show? I mean, I can do that. Or I can do it in English.
Let's talk about Disney using our music, Vash. That would be a nice break from this.
Dolphins are an incredible species.
You have to do it with Attenborough's British accent.
Oh, though, okay, yes. If you wanted to do a little bit more of the Attenborough, you have to add a little bit more breathiness, like you're struggling to maintain the words that are coming out of your mouth the entire way through. And look at the dolphins as they swim, as they play, but little do we know that they have nefarious intent. That beautiful creature right there is obviously going to kill the other.
In the old days, everybody who did a joke version of Cousteau, the word was suddenly. Suddenly, the dolphins have turned upon the sea urchin. Suddenly, they have given. Everything was suddenly with Cousteau, So, anyway, I think we could probably calypso on to something else.
We do have.
Can I still use the voice the entire way through? Because that would be so much fun.
I got my British voice.
I'll give you free range to do that. We do have a super chat from Kate F, who sent this in a long time ago, so I really do apologize for not getting this sooner. Very, very much apologize for that. Just I had some things go on in the show here. But Kate F with the 199, thank you so much for that. Will there ever be a New World Showcase country? And I believe Joshua Harris does have something to say about that. Go ahead.
Yes. The short answer of this is that that not underneath the Iger administration, that's for darn sure. So that they will never do that underneath his. However, there is land right there. This is an old map, but nevertheless is still current for what they can do. They can actually do 8 additional slots in there. Keep in mind that there are 11 countries right there, so that's almost half of the entire thing. You can make almost a duplicate World Showcase right now with all of the land and everything that they have with that. About 5 years ago now, I actually went through and I thought about seriously about how you would be able to do that. And this is my list of the countries that I think should be put in and where they should be put. One of the interesting things.
You misspelled Israel, by the way. Anyway, the question is, all of the ones that did it for tourism and product promotion. They paid for it.
Yes.
And they still pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
When people say, well, how come I saw there's this girl, Feli from Germany, who's a great YouTuber, and she went to the German pavilion and rated how authentic it was. And she was saying, well, they only have the one brand of beer they're really pushing, and they only have the one, because those are the ones that are paying for the product placement. And those are the ones that have enough distribution in America of their product from coast to coast that the average Epcot tourist is able to find it in the local liquor store or wine shop. So these things were not done just, well, let's throw a dart at a map and pick places. That's one of the reasons I believe that the much vaunted West Africa one that Alex Haley was going to be involved with because of Roots never came about. And that's why we have that beverage station in safari style. But what country wants to come and pony up whatever insane fees are involved to get American tourists to come to their country because they went to Epcot, when right now Epcot is a drink around the world, very low attraction park? I wouldn't hold your breath. That's my opinion.
Well, yeah, but there's a couple of things. First of all, everything that you're saying is completely right. It's wrong. It's wrong in the cosmic sense, but it's right in the factual account of things. But also, there's also whose name is it on the door for Epcot? And this is the thing that I've always said about like sponsorships. Sponsorships are great. Sponsorships are wonderful, and they can have enormous benefits, especially when you're dealing with like the collaborative nature of the sponsor and Imagineering and Disney, being able to keep all of them in check with each other. But when Journey into Imagination, when Kodak didn't pony up the right amount of money that they needed to go ahead and rehab that and everything, who's going to take 100% of the blame for killing Dreamfinder? It's not going to be Kodak. No one wrote in letters to Kodak. No, they wrote in letters to Disney. This is a Disney theme park. It should be treated just like all the rest of the Disney theme parks. If you need to have investment in it, it should come out of Disney's pocketbook. Yes, it was wonderful. It was great. That was 1982. That was the past. Welcome to now. That's how this whole entire thing got started with it. So so you want to have as much representation in World Showcase as possible. And yes, I totally agree with you. And I think that all the booths and everything should be banned from Epcot. In fact, that's one of the reasons why so many of these nations have low attendance, is because they put all of the alcohol in front, so there's no reason to go in the back of the pavilions. And also, over half of them still have no attraction. I'm ridiculously obsessed with things like the Germany boat ride that should be there. I've seen concepts for an Italy boat ride, and there's also been theater shows and dramatic shows.
Well, they were going to do basically a Matterhorn first as Mount Fuji behind Japan, after they didn't do it as Mount Kilimanjaro for the African one. So, there's all kinds of possibilities. Certainly the Mary Poppins stuff for UK. And now we've got the rat in France.
Yeah. Although I do like, though, that they pushed it so far back, which is the plot number 6 right there. You could put an entire country still on that plot of land, because it's the same exact size as what the France one is right now, because Ratatouille is all the way in the back. And then my personal armchair Imagineering on there, which I know that I say that I don't do, but nevertheless, that would be a perfect place you could retrofit into that show building a New Zealand attraction, which would showcase its natural wonders in a very Tolkien-esque sort of way. So
that's the question, isn't it? How do you do it without the IP? And there's a lot of talk about Universal doing Tolkien in England when they do their new park. So we'll see.
Yep, that's true.
Isn't it funny how Bob Iger's regime, talks so heavily about inclusivity, but yet since he's been in charge of Epcot, they've done like nothing to bring in any other countries because he doesn't seem to want to take on that burden. That is rather strange, especially since he's the person who cares so much about news and cares so much about world events that he completely abandons the world at every single second that he has. Yeah, that's a very strange thing. But then again, that's the way that all sociopaths are. They talk one way and they do the other.
Well, and on your list, it's never going to be Russia, because they're about to basically go the way of the dodo. It's never going to be Brazil, because they're radical crazies.
But remember, Lou, World Showcase is about people, not about nations.
Sure,
it is. I mean, I know what you're saying and everything. I know it's supposed to be I know what it. I know that people align the politically thing. That's the reason why it's like China is a problem right now. If you want to look at it right now, we've got problems with China. We've got enormous problems with Mexico. We have it with Canada right now. France is
frankly, the one that's more likely, that's missing from your list would be India.
You know, I thought about India, but I also did
Bollywood land would be kind of fun, you know. So
go ahead.
I would have liked to have seen Spain bring some more Hispanic culture other than just Mexican. Not all of us are Mexican.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. The thing about that is, and you'll notice on my list that, you know, like other than Russia, which is only like halfway there with it, because it actually is Eurasia with that one, if you want to get technical about it. I was in several meetings, seminars with people who were actually VPs of Epcot. They've already conducted several copious studies about this. Is that one of the reasons why you put in a new country and everything is that you want to actually get more people into the park to experience something new, and they have had multiple studies about it. If they add another European pavilion inside of World Showcase because it's flooded with them right now, they wouldn't get one person more to come through the gate, which is the reason why they won't have they won't have Spain ever considered for that, because they have so much of Europe represented in the first place. So I understand it, but that's the way the thing is.
I wonder how much of that is actual study and demographic, and how much of that is their issue with white supremacy or European colonialism and all the rest. So
the seminars that I'm talking about from they're from 2003.
So vastly different.
Oh, okay.
The food.
Yes.
I mean, the Spanish culture pretty much represents the rest of all of us Hispanics.
Well, it's supposed to be in number 3. That the lot number 3. That's where Spain was going to go. They actually have concept art.
Yeah, I remember it being rumored years ago, and then it just.
They even had signs up. They even had signs up with.
Yeah, I remember.
I can tell you why they won't do Spain is because that's the Grand Destino Tower at Coronado Springs now. And I'm not kidding about that. I was there. That's where I worked, and I was very well trained. The Grand Destino Tower represents Spain. The restaurant that I worked at, Toledo, was supposed to be a Spanish style cuisine from Spain restaurant. I'm not sure how accurate it was, and made the steaks.
Well, Jose Andres has his place at Disney Springs, so there's that.
Yeah, but, we were supposed to be a tapas style restaurant, but that did not work out. As a server, when I was a server there, none of the servers, we did not want us to be a tapas style restaurant, and we pushed very hard to kind of get rid of that because it doesn't work with the Disney dining plan, which was what most people were doing, which you have to have an appetizer and a main course and a dessert and tapas coming out throughout the entire meal, like what it was like. We were trained in what tapas was and why it was and the culture of Spain, and we didn't do any of it. But we did have a whole lot of Spanish wines, so I can tell you all about your temperature.
I wrote a script once in which there was a topless tapas bar called Gazangas. But anyway,
don't tell that to the Dolphins.
To illuminate, yeah, exactly. To illuminate for the audience as to why the pavilions, Erica's just losing it right now. To illuminate why this is done, where in which you have the countries sponsor these nations and everything. I think Joshua hit it right out of the park there. I think at the time, it was a very 80s mentality in which Disney was bankrolling, all of Epcot at the time. It would have been the largest private construction project in the world at that point, because it was just an enormous amount of money, almost bankrupt the entire company in trying to do it. And obviously they had to get Tokyo's help in doing that. That's why Tokyo Disneyland exists, folks. In order to get some capital, in order to complete this project. I think there is, and I could see Disney setting up a new country by themselves without any sponsorship necessary. I will say, though, do you think, Joshua, that it gets complicated when you do represent a country to this extent, to this degree, where you don't necessarily have the country's approval to do it or backing to do
They
it.
didn't have any approval for Harambe Village or Anandapur.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
They if you want to look at it from that kind of mentality, not saying that you're doing it, but just you're doing the devil's advocate thing,
The
where
argument,
where you're doing the thing with that one. You can also look at something like the Aulani Resort as Disney injecting themselves right into the heart of Hawaiian culture, and no one had any problems with that because, of course, you had Joe Rohde, which is basically an anthropological expert, which is dealing with the entire thing. You could do that here. By the way, interestingly enough, the training wheels for Joe Rohde's Animal Kingdom was actually Norway. He was the head art director for Norway. That's how he got so well in tune with all of the with representing cultures and everything. So he was the head art director for that, which is also very interesting. With that. So yeah, you can do this without any of their knowledge, and they would just frankly they would welcome it with that. I mean, who wouldn't want to have representation in World Showcase? I mean, I get the whole entire cynicism in general about World Showcase right now, and I would say that's the reason why you need to have expansion. That's the reason why you should be looking into this, because a slight example of that is all the world's problems really blew up like the day after Illuminations Reflections of Earth closed, and Disney abandoned the future essentially in the mid 90s. And then Americans also have a very dark and very cynical viewpoint of how society and how our future has been going ever since then. Disney, you're talking about now, some people might be crazy. It's just like, gosh, it's just a theme park. Get over yourself. I'm like, well, it's a theme park that's visited by somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 15, sometimes even up to 18 million people per year. You could influence so many minds. You can influence so many people to behave in a much better and much brighter way if you would recenter Epcot onto its actual core values, which I have a whole film that's to that on my website. If you want to see how that can be set up and everything, that's right there. It only takes 16 minutes of your time to change your entire mental state with it. That's what you can do, and that's the reason why I think that it should be explored to have as many nations included inside of World Showcase as possible. There was actually also I got a plan from a designer. This is his real name, no funny business. John Horney came up with a 1999 plan where they were actually going to put nations. They were going to put nations all the way through. They were going to fill up the World Showcase, and they were going to put nations on the islands that are in the center of World Showcase as well. And they were also going to do this really cool thing where they were going to, if any of you remember the Westcott concept, where they were going to have the front of the park be World Showcase and the back of the park be Future World. In the front of the park, they were going to have a World Showcase hotel where you were going to stay on the second floor of the entire thing. And then that one with Westcott, it was supposed to be regions of the world. So instead of actual countries, it was supposed to be Europe, Asia, South Africa, South America, that sort of thing. Well, in this 1999 plan, they were going to retrofit a hotel on the second floor of every single one of the World Showcase pavilions. So you would have in the back side of it, you would be able to drive right up to the back side of all of these. So they were going to be 360-degree pavilions at that time. Just amazing stuff that they could do with this. If we would just get out of
you have to remember that the whole template was the New York Fair.
Mm-hmm.
That was their toe in the water to this whole idea, and they said, we built our own. And everything at the New York Fair was sponsored by whoever it was, whether it was a corporate sponsor or a national sponsor. Right. So that was their mindset. That was their worldview back then. And it lasted a long time in everybody's imagination of what this thing was going to be. So,
and it's those worldviews that literally can change all of society. I mean, it was literally Walt Disney himself that got inspired by one of those fairs he went to. I don't remember if it was Chicago or New York. One of you could probably correct me on that. But it's then, Disney World came along and that was inspiring other people. I think that's the problem what we have with society right now is there's just such a bleak downer look on the future. And I think it reflects that at the top. If they actually had some optimism about their future, they would do a lot of work to try to reflect that and influence kids and stuff. When I was growing up, there was a big push, for a lot of finding ways, to make learning fun. Maybe it's because I grew up on PBS, but like I think it makes for a brighter outlook you can have on life. And when you have these, for lack of a better word, crybabies at the top who just when an election, for example, doesn't go the way they want it to go, all of a sudden it's the end of the world about everything. Whereas if you could actually have a longer viewpoint on what are our grandkids or the people 50 years from now going to look at this creation I have, instead of just looking at it as, oh man, what I made today is going to be problematic tomorrow. If you could actually have a brighter outlook, it could literally make so many people's lives so much better and probably bring in more money as a result.
Nolan, Walt's father was a carpenter on the Chicago Fair way back when. That's how far
Really?
back that goes. Yeah. Yeah, he helped build it way back when. So,
Wow.
That's a good point.
And I really wish that I could wish I could find this right now. I guess I haven't posted it yet. At the initial announcement for the Epcot Center project, when it became Epcot Center in 1978, that was done at the end of the International Congress, by the way, which was spearheaded by the late Jimmy Carter. Governor Reuben Askew, he had this amazingly impactful speech where he was talking about the potential of what became the World Showcase Fellowship Program, because what they were supposed to do is it wasn't just supposed to be recruiting people to work inside of the restaurants and shops and attractions for World Showcase. They were supposed to be going through classes together. They were supposed to be uniting as one and everything. They were supposed to be this enormous like UN type of experiment that was supposed to be done through private enterprise, not government sponsored. And you listen to this governor's speech, and it just brings chills and tears and everything. It's just the amazing possibility that could be done by these kind of projects that unfortunately are not being taking place today. I mean, but truly, I mean, you could go back to it though. There's no reason why we can't re-explore all these concepts in potential for humanity.
It's just a shame.
Themselves in a box with this mentality. What you guys are basically describing is they're putting themselves in a box. They can't think in that capacity anymore because they have just completely stripped themselves, and they have completely limited themselves to creating and actually having a real imagination. Everything is this constant fear and worry of, is it acceptable?
in other words, if you can dream it, then you can do it. Requires that you be able to dream in the first place.
Yes, that's a very big part of it.
That's a good point right there. I love this comment from Neil Hunter Hyde. It's just a theme park, yes, but it's a theme park that had a mission. That's so true, and it's really sad that Epcot is losing out on that particular aspect. Thank you so much, Kate F, for that super chat. Hopefully, we answered just a little bit of that question right there. We're sticking with Walt Disney World, though, and talk about something that has gone away. A little bit maybe about what is coming, but there was another theme park that had something to say about all of this. Let's go ahead and go over to Blog Mickey. Construction walls arrive in DinoLand USA. This work begins on an all-new Encanto ride for Disney's Animal Kingdom. Yes, people swarmed to Chester and Hester's to get their last fill of generic Midway games. I thought this was very kind of unusual because people were seemingly very invested in all of this. And I love this comment right here from Just Jake. To those of you who are going to be missing DinoLand USA, let me tell you about this little theme park across the country called Six Flags. I don't quite know the nostalgia that people had for this. Guys,
I'll tell you right
on...
now. I can't speak for Six Flags, but I'll tell you, for years, Cedar Fair, which is, like they've merged with each other now, Six Flags and Cedar Fair have. They had this in the middle of Cedar Point, this dinosaur experience exhibit. You had to pay extra money just to go experience it. And they had like this little woods area and stuff. It was so cheap, dude. Like, it looked like it was like 30 years old. Sorry, no, 40 years old. Like, it just seemed like they were trying to capitalize on Jurassic Park. It seems like what I can say is Disney, those Imagineers who worked on this in the first place, even when they're trying to do like a smaller budget fair, there's just so much charm in it. They really thread the needle. Like, it has the vibe of what you would see in like a movie or watching the videos, and sometimes you go to it in real life. It's just not as magical. I can speak fondly of this area, of how like I just think it's got so much little attention to detail that just kind of have that vibe of a local fair, but with less of the problems that kind of come with it. Kind of like when you go on a ride and you feel like you're gonna die. But like, I love the Wild Mouse coaster. It used to be their best Wild Mouse in America, bar none. That ride was incredible. Yes, and being right next to that dinosaur experience itself, like I can't vouch how much I thought this land was so cool. The ride based off dinosaur was amazing, and what's a nice way of calling people at the top idiots? Is there a nice way I can say that?
I mean,
I think you just did.
Yeah, I think that's but the nicest it gets right there. Maybe lacking in intelligence is one of those things. But here's the thing, Nolan. I get it. People have nostalgia for this, and people do have genuinely liked this area in the past. I'm not saying I don't want to remove you from your feelings or whatever, but I don't know. When I looked at the greater Disney's Animal Kingdom, now I grew up at a very interesting time in Disney history, because it was like I grew up and like the new ride was Indiana Jones Adventure, and it was awesome, it was great, but then we got like Tomorrowland 1998 and Disney California Adventure, and you going, wow, something happened within this company. I'm going to dedicate my entire life to figuring out what that is, and now I'm here. But when I went to Walt Disney World for the first time, and when I went to Animal Kingdom for the first time, I'm walking around, I'm going, wow, these are exquisite exhibits. There's so much detail, there's so much light, there's so much architecture, there's so many great, amazing details that are distinctive about a Disney park. And then you get to DinoLand USA, and particularly Chester's and Hester's, and I'm going, where'd the budget go? where did it run out?
Can I make a counter? Can I make a counter?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, this is my question for you, because I'm going to kind of bring it, not to go too much off topic here. I feel that way about some of the things in, I don't want it to leave, obviously, but Frontierland, like say like the shooting gallery type game, stuff like that. To me, that feels like something that could be easily found from where I'm at. And I feel like it's a little too common to really, I want it to remain for its history and charm, but I can't really get that soul connection with it. Do you feel the same way about that?
Well, so that's an interesting idea. I do think there is credence to your argument for sure about that particular game being featured there, and that does harken back to a day and age and where, hey Lou, you know this more than anybody, Adventureland used to have its own shooting arcade along with Frontierland at one point.
You bet.
And it used to be more ubiquitous, right? Now that we're getting into this age, moving beyond these things, I can kind of understand why something like that might be passé by today's terms.
But you got to remember that Walt realized they couldn't all be e-ticket attractions.
That's true.
You had to have a variety. The
Right.
other thing is, what year did Animal Kingdom open with this?
99, right?
9, yeah.
At that point,
no, it was
1988.
were you talking about the entire park, or are you talking about just
the
the
whole
diorama?
Yeah, the Hester and Chester and.
So that one was open in 2002. The reason why it looks the way that it does, and the reason why it was created the way that it does, is that this is a victim of 9/11, where the budget went out on that one. They also didn't have the numbers that they needed from Animal Kingdom to go through with completing DinoLand as it was originally going to exist, because they were actually going to extend out the Boneyard area, where it was also going to have a coaster called the Evacuator coaster. That was supposed to be there as well. And then you have the whole entire mythical section on the other side of the park.
But my point is, that at that time, these kinds of roadside attraction, flat ride, junky parks were disappearing all across America.
Yes.
There wasn't one at every pier and every beach and every park and every city and every roadside, whatever. Now, between the Six Flags parks and the Cedar Fair parks and even Dollywood and all the rest, they're all over the place. So it's true. Not as unique. It's not as unique. What it was spoofing has come back. So, there's that as far as its falling appeal.
Disco's back, baby.
They have them at SeaWorld here and other parks just right here in Orlando. Just to speak on the DinoLand.
Reason, everything can't be a zillion-dollar Entenmann coaster. Everything can't be an e-ticket. No. But by the same token, we had a little tip of the hat from this today. We all know
I just found the better version of that concept. If you clicked on that one for me in the private chat, go ahead.
Yep.
Well, I was going to say today, Alicia Stella, over at Park Stop, Theme Park Stop, put up a walk around through DinoLand to show all the construction walls, and she's standing in the area where apparently they had the Santa Claus meet and greet over this past Christmas, and the background music playing is our theme song.
Yes,
Wait,
yes, indeed.
It's our theme song from this show. If you go to that clip and you go 9 minutes in and listen, you will hear it. Now, did they hear it here first? I mean, we buy them from music sources, and that's what it is, and Disney can too. But it's kind of the musical equivalent of the Eatsy Country Bear stuff and all the rest of the things that have been going on, isn't it? Tip of the hat that they aren't even aware they're giving us.
If I'm hearing that song at a park, I want a meet and greet where I'm meeting Vash. That's. I want.
There you go. Vash. There you go.
I'll be there. I can wear the hat. I'll wear the hat. But
I swear to God, I was watching that and I thought, oh my God.
The Boneyard is still open though, right? Like it looks to me like I'm looking at my app, my Disney Experience app right now. This is what I tell you what I'm going to miss from DinoLand. Because you talked about what Nolan talked about what he's missing with Chester and Hester's. I am going to miss the shop. It's so 90s themed, and it wasn't built in the 90s, it was built a little bit after, but
no, it was. That one was that the shop is actually original to the park. That was created at the time, but that's all that it was ever supposed to be. It was just supposed to be that little, Route 66 highway shop. They're kind of annoying neighbors of the legitimate Dino Institute.
It's AK's version of the Hollywood Studios Craftsman Bungalow store out front.
Yes, Sid Goenga's. Yeah,
right.
It's so cool though. Like it's just the theming, the train that goes around the top, and it's very nostalgic. And again, also the theming in restaurant to stores.
In an era of Rainforest Cafe and Bennigan's and all of these themed restaurants that are full of this stuff, it's not unique anymore, and you expect Disney to be something different and special and better. So I'm not upset that they're taking it out. I just want to see what they're really going to put in its place. So
let's see if we can hear a little bit of that music here.
Right at about 9 minutes.
Close is January of 2026. So for the holidays, Santa Claus is actually meeting here in DinoLand USA, right on this porch. And I got a chance to sit down with Santa in a very serious
It's a little hard to hear.
And while I was complimenting him on his amazing Dino Institute rug,
I might have to go back
that
just
section.
a
Maybe
little
they
bit.
took it out. I don't know.
Yeah, let me see. I might have gone too far in here. Let me see.
About 9:10, 9:20 maybe.
and since Dinosaur is staying open for the rest of this year, the soonest it can close is January of 2026. So for the
There you go.
holidays, Santa Claus
I heard
is
it.
actually
Can you hear
meeting
that?
in DinoLand USA, right on this porch.
Isn't that
And,
weird? Let's see if we can hear it again
Can't
here.
hear it.
So for the holidays, Santa Claus is actually meeting here in DinoLand USA.
Isn't that wild? I'll have to isolate that later on.
It's hard to hear, but it's definitely there.
It's
Yeah.
definitely
Wow.
there. It is super strange. But hey, you know what? We get some T3PO representation even in the parks themselves. Sorry about that little little offshoot there. Well,
I might
now with
live tomorrow.
Please.
I mean,
yeah. Hey, Ron.
Because I don't have a plan yet. So
If you find it, let me know.
If you get down there, hey, if you record some audio for me, Ron.
Go around with a big sign that advertises T3PO while you're at it with the music when it happens.
Yes, exactly. So here's what's interesting about this. So Disney's closed this. They've taken off park maps. You can load up the app and it's off of there as well. But one theme park proprietor, well, they had to throw a little bit of shade towards Disney's direction right here on the day that this closed. Universal Orlando Resort. If only there was a theme park with a dinosaur-themed area, rides, and dinos that you could meet. Oh, wait. Obviously talking about the Jurassic Park area of Islands of Adventure. My question to the panel here, what do you think about this? And also to, is Disney conceding the dinosaur game to Universal officially?
Yes.
It's ridiculous that they're even doing it in the first place. Dinosaurs are the surefire success with little boys. I don't mean like nobody else can enjoy dinosaurs, but they're never not cool or not in style. And with the success of the Jurassic World franchise, you think that'd be spilling into their profits and such, but they decide, I mean, it's already ridiculous what they're doing with, Tom Sawyer Island, with their movies and all that. But literally, this is almost comical. You're getting rid of your dinosaur attraction. Have you seen the box office returns of Jurassic World, or are the kids wearing those little blue headpieces you can get from like Target and stuff? This just boggles the mind. And they literally had their own competitor to Universal's peak 90s bliss. That whole, they had their own gift shop. They had their own dinosaur attraction. It was a perfect competitor. And instead of capitalizing on that and doing more dinosaur, they give us less dinosaur. The dinosaur math doesn't add up.
Nolan, your inner Ross Geller has just come out.
No. Here's how it adds up, Nolan. They don't own dinosaurs. They don't own Jurassic Park. And Kanto they own.
That's exactly.
And it's about we don't care about generic. We want our IP represented so we can sell our merch and our food items and our all of that stuff.
Don't they have a movie called Dinosaur that's a Disney movie?
Yeah,
they have that.
But
they
it wasn't
a good dinosaur.
They still have the ice cream place at the studios, right? With the brontosaurus.
Yeah,
Gertie.
Yes, but Ron, dinosaur was created BI. It was done in 2000 BI, which is before Iger, because there is nothing before Iger.
Right.
BI before
Iger.
Remember that.
We'll know it's
what
really
killed the
when you take
dinosaurs.
out the
Bob
extension
Iger.
to the Grand
Yes,
Canyon.
exactly. Bob can add that to his kill list. I mean, it's just like that whole entire meme with the Grim Reaper. I mean, I would love to redo that because it's just because you need 17 doors now of everything that he's completely destroyed. Now you can add the actual extinction of dinosaurs in Disney parks. But I mean, well, wait a minute. Let's for God's sake, I know that he doesn't really care that much about the brand at all and everything, but he does still go to Disneyland. So please God, do not let him find out about the Primeval World diorama.
Don't even think. Don't even think about it.
Do not. Everyone needs to make sure that
Walt guy's idea for the New York Fair. My God, get rid of it. Walt who?
Yes,
we already have him as an animatronic. We don't need the dinosaurs.
My understanding is that Bob Iger is actually supposed to spend a lot of time at Walt Disney World this year because I believe he's headlining a new show at Hollywood Studios, for the villains. So, the biggest Disney villain being Bob Iger, he's got to come out and do the show.
Well, they have to find somebody to replace Hades. I mean, he's the perfect prime person to replace Hades.
Yeah, if he's at the park and somebody asks him about Epic, will he put his fingers in the ears and go, neener, 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 I can't hear you?
I'm just picturing him going on Tiana's Bayou
do you already know
Adventure
that?
after
You must
the-
already know his. You must already know his press people, Lou. I mean, because that's
No, he'll
actually
look
on the
like
playbook.
Karen Bass at the Ghana airport.
We
You
all
saw that
know
with
he's
that.
going to Florida to go to Epic Universe. Come on
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. He's gonna
Yeah.
be at
I
the
hope
opening
he's
I'm going to
wearing
pick
like
up
a
my competitors. I'm
stereotypical
gonna-
like trench coat and a mustache and glasses when he goes there, you know, so no one recognizes him.
With a hat.
Well, and the strange thing about it, though, is that he can go there full bore, and I can almost completely picture him going into that park because like half the people that created it he fired. So he and remember
That's
that
a
the
good
entire
point.
park you could look at it as being completely bankrolled by the purchase of Hulu. So
Yep.
and various other products and everything, because Comcast, if you want to find anybody that can actually completely screw over Bob Iger, unfortunately also Disney in the process, Comcast all the way. I mean, it's just like you want to
Oh,
find somebody
man.
that wants to take him
And
out.
the way they
it's gonna
drove
be
him up on the Fox
Mhm.
purchase, which he then proceeded to ignore the
Yeah,
idea.
Yeah, so he could actually do the thing where because he loves to be political. He can do the whole entire thing where he can take credit for the entirety of Epic Universe. Like the politicians do right now. It's just like, oh yeah, this was totally my idea. Like the whole entire like ceasefire in Israel right now that the administration is taking credit for that. You can do the same exact thing right now. You can it's just like, oh yeah, Bob Iger's just like, I'm glad that you're coming here.
I just hope his dentist is giving him some good implant cushions so he can walk around with a gritted teeth going, see, I'm a good sport. Honest I am. Really I am. This is all lovely. And I'm a good sport down the road.
Biting down on his teeth, gritting.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't care either. So it's just like Bob doesn't care about this. I mean, he has no actual corporate pride about it. I mean, like if Universal does its thing, so what? Then you'll have another like little grimace thing, it's quite clear to me why Bob should never be on camera if he's actually angry, because you see all those sourpuss faces that he can make ever so famously. I mean, it's just like, okay, he'll just do that to any reporter. It's just like, well, what do you think about this? Because you're not doing anything over here, and it's just like you can see the ridiculous comments that he would make about it. Just like, well, we have 4 theme parks. Granted, I've cut down half of them, but yeah, sure, we have 4 theme parks. Technically, there's only like two theme parks of attractions in them, but we got 4. So,
and we have room for 7 more, 12 more, 432 more, and we're spending $60 billion. Honest, we are.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, nobody can afford to go in China.
Right.
But hey,
If there's one advice I can give, just Bob as a friend here, if there's one advice I can give Mr. Iger if he ever goes to Epic Universe, the home of all those hundreds of employees he's fired, don't order soup. Just don't order the soup.
Don't order the soup.
No soup for you.
God, that's funny.
Well,
Good.
that just about brings us to our next topic right here. Interesting, because Ron brought something up in the private chat, and honestly, I didn't really consider covering this because I thought, maybe nobody wants our opinions on it. The Daredevil trailer. I'll go ahead and put it up to a vote for the panel right here. Should we cover Daredevil trailer, do you think? Up to you guys.
Obviously, I'm up for it, so.
Nolan,
Ron
you go
has
for it?
beautiful ideas. Let's make this man's dreams come true. Bring us the
All right.
trailer.
Only
wanna
if he
bring-
sings the theme song.
We want to make the dreams come true, I think.
Which
that
theme
is a
song?
possibility
Daredevil
right
theme
here.
song?
Yeah, sure.
let's-
Daredevil, he's the man who can't see his way around, but he moves
Let's-
by sound.
It sounds more like Moon River. Moon
No.
River, wider than a mile. You're crossing me in style.
Let's see right here. We'll go ahead and make his dreams a reality. Here we go. The Daredevil trailer that this actually was unveiled, I believe, yesterday morning. Daredevil Born Again. We've heard, some issues with the production and development of this actual show right here. We were all kind of skeptical on whether or not they'd be able to pull it off, but maybe there's a sense of optimism. Here we go. Let me go ahead and get the audio going right here. Oop. I need to mute that wherever that is coming from. Give us just a second, guys. Here we go, right there. There you go. That should be it. And here we go.
But we can still hear it, Vash.
Thank you for finding the time.
Hey, Vash, we can still hear the audio if you're trying to mute it.
I think you can. I think you can play it. I don't think we're gonna get struck for it. But if we do, say Levy.
Really unpleasant seeing you again.
I want to go ahead and remark right here. Really, really nice filming on this particular scene right here. The blocking, I think, is actually really strong, and the performances are very, very good. And it's definitely setting up the fact through. You'll see references to the original series that premiered on Netflix, like John Berthola's Frank Castle, for example. And this dialogue here really shows that this is a continuation of the Marvel Netflix series in a way that I think people were worried that they weren't actually going to do. Now we have official confirmation of. What do you think about this, Ron?
Well, they had to. My understanding is they filmed 4 episodes, showed it, and they said no. You got to restart. It was apparently when it first got started, it was crap. It was very rocky. Foggy wasn't there. Karen wasn't there. They were going to use Jenna Ortega was going to be like a female white tiger. That's what, different things I've heard. So I've been skeptical about the production of this, especially since the post what's his name got fired from Marvel. The guy that sold Ike Perlmutter. So I was really, really worried about it. When I saw the trailer, I'm like, I have hope with skepticism, because I hope to God they have gotten this right. Because if they do, it could be a heel turn, especially it could be a heel turn for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, especially if they see that, Wolverine, like Deadpool, Wolverine, and this are both kind of rooted in what Marvel was doing before. And if they see that that's what people are clamoring on to, they might turn it back. But here's the thing, like, this is the original. This is Daredevil Born Again right here. I've had this since 1987. The original foreword written by Ralph Macchio of Cobra Kai fame now, apparently.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if it's the same Ralph Macchio, but I kind of think it might be. But if you check this out, no, it's not. It's a different Ralph Macchio, right?
No, there was one that worked for Marvel for years.
Okay, yeah. So, but there it is. Sorry about the green screen effect a little bit, but it's not pristine condition because I have read it, but it is the original book, the original graphic novel, Daredevil Born Again. Now, the thing about this is, too, you should know this isn't the story that they're doing, okay? Because they kind of already covered the Born Again story in the original Daredevil Netflix series. They did a very much of a version of it. And they really didn't take Karen all the way to the darkest place that she was in the comics. So I'm kind of curious as to what they're going to do with Karen here, because they alluded to it that it was in her past in the Netflix series, but they didn't really bring it into full fruition here. But there are so many places they could go with this. One of the things that I haven't seen is Elektra Nachos, and you'll play the rest of the trailer here in a second. But if they bring her back in a surprise cameo at the end of this series or something, it's really going to be fun to see where they can take this, because you've got great actors that portrayed Daredevil and Punisher, and Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and Iron. Okay, well, not Iron Fist, but the rest of them did really well.
But they have no deal. They have no deal with Netflix to somehow show those old ones on D Plus, do they?
They're on. Yeah, they are. They're on D.
Oh, they are.
Are they on there?
Yes, all of the old Netflix, Netflix Defenders series is on Disney Plus.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's
pretty awesome.
That is kind of cool. Okay, I was not aware of that. Let's go ahead and go on with the trailer, which we'll notice some tonal differences between maybe shows that have featured these characters before and this one.
I will admit, It's not entirely unpleasant seeing you again. A lot of time has passed. By the look of it, you've come up in the world.
Karen there, Foggy, the original, cast is back, returned.
World.
I could say the same about you.
The mayor serves his city. I can see you're not entirely convinced.
Can you blame me? I can't shake the feeling that you're gaming the system.
Why did you stop being a vigilante?
So they're definitely talking past each other, right? And they're setting up the fact that each one knows about the other, right? And it's definitely a continuation of what we had seen before in those Marvel Netflix series. To Ron's point, I think I did remember hearing about the whole thing restarting. I didn't know they actually had to shot 4 episodes. It's crazy. Remember, work this stuff out in the script phase, folks. Anyway,
shooting 4 doesn't mean post and effects and everything else and music.
That's true. That's a fair point. Fair point. But I am glad that they retooled it and like, okay, no. These very grand stories that took place in Hell's Kitchen involving Jessica Jones and Ironheart or Iron. What was it again? Fist.
Iron Fist.
Yep. All
sorry,
these characters that were part of this. Oh, please.
Did you say Hell's Kitchen? Was Gordon Ramsay in it? Like,
no. I said all these characters that feature.
It's a real place.
The Hell's Kitchen from New York.
Ramsay co-opted it.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, no. Hell's Kitchen is the setting for these stories. It all kind of takes place in this
my bad.
one type of
area of New York City.
Yeah, and so I think it was important to kind of bring us back to this in kind of the full bore here. And you see that really in the cinematography. You see that in the dialogue. You see that in the characters and how they look. They're very consistent with how they looked back in those Netflix series. I think it was really important because here's the thing. That Disney Plus watermark is going to be there for this entire thing. And what we have seen from Disney Plus series before, especially involving these characters, not good. Echo, Hawkeye, was She-Hulk, not good. So it's like, okay, we got to bring it back. I think they did a really good job. And this is why they reinforce the violence to the extent that they do.
The line was crossed.
She-Hulk.
The D there represented in the mask. It's not bad. Yeah, a line was crossed, exactly.
It's hard to come to terms with the violent nature. Hating the power it has over us.
This city can't go unchecked.
Sometimes peace needs to be broken. And chaos must reign.
Okay, so we see this shot right here. Actually, really well done. I'm thinking that's blood on the wall. Just saying. But a really nice symmetry here, really nicely laid out. One wearing red, one wearing white. I believe that's Vanessa, as Jonas would say.
That's Vanessa. Is that the same actress, or did they recast her? I can't tell. They might have recasted Vanessa, but she was the same actress that played Superman's mom in Man of Steel, like his crypto mom.
Oh, okay.
You mean she has cryptocurrency in this universe?
I suppose.
Or isn't that the dog? Anyway,
crypto is the dog. Yes.
Okay, so
let's see it through.
Alet Zeuer, I believe, and I'll do some research in the background. Let's go.
Am I putting the hatchet down?
Oh.
I was raised to believe in grace. But I was also raised to believe in retribution.
That was pretty awesome, I got to admit.
It's pretty good.
I want to ask something as someone who's never seen the show, though. Was the original series this graphic? Because I know this is definitely a response to. Okay, so I want
the first time you ever see Daredevil in the original series on Netflix, he is breaking up a human trafficking ring. It literally goes that dark from the very, very beginning. He is rescuing some girls that have already been trafficked and thrown into the back of a truck for movement, and it just gets more and more kind of violent and graphic from there. And there's some other. It's a very adult, definitely mature, more than 14. I would say it's definitely R-rated. In the original series,
because I was wondering if this was just going to be a major response, like the tone they went with She-Hulk, and it's like, hey, you don't want to just alienate all the old Daredevil fans and make it super edgy just for the sake of your own screw-ups, and it does look like it's actually trying to be, serious and not pulling the punches, so to speak, as opposed to when. For example, when Disney bought Star Wars, everyone was afraid they were going to kiddify it, and we got like one cool scene with Kylo Ren at the start, at the beginning, where he was being all epic and evil and stuff, and then things just fell off a cliff. So I feel like they're actually going to hold their ground with this one.
I think they are.
It definitely appears. So like everything so far from the trailer, as a huge fan of Charlie Cox and Daredevil and this version of it, and like Vincent D'Onofrio. I mean, you couldn't have had better casting than Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin. It looks, when you're watching him in some of the scenes, it literally looks like he walked right out of the comic book. And as far as getting a real live human being to play Kingpin, because if he did walk out of the comic book, he'd be like 10 or 8 feet tall, like the Hulk size. He's kind of, but as far as a human, taking him down to a real human being, D'Onofrio just knocks it out of the park, and his acting and the backstory that they gave him, or his childhood and all that. I mean, I just think it is one of the best things that ever came out of Marvel. Of course, it was on the Netflix series, but we have to remember when the Netflix series were being overseen, they were produced at ABC Television, and they were produced under the thumb of Ike Perlmutter. This was the reason Kevin Feige didn't want any of this, is because it happened during that time that those two were divided off, and one go to TV, one go to the movies. And but yeah, I hope they can. And then, by the way, I just checked, that is the same actress that played her before, so she is back. And again, the only one that I haven't seen that I would love to see back is Elektra Nachios. I thought she did a fantastic job, even though I didn't love the Defenders storyline. They did did the kind of dumb thing, like the whole. At the end of the Defenders, spoiler alert, the city of New York is being held up by giant dragon bones.
Yes, that's true. And that's the kind of the interesting thing is.
We lost Vash.
But he said he'd be
Kingpin got him, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, may I offer?
That's really annoying when it happens when you're
May
actually in the middle of talking.
An opposing view?
Please do.
Yes.
First, I love Daredevil. I've read pretty much all of Daredevil.
Ooh.
I thought that first series was awfully damn good.
Yeah.
This, to me, it reminds me of somebody who saw only the Heath Ledger Joker and decided, I can make a show that looks like that.
And that's what I'm worried about. That is very much
that's the feel of it to me, is let's rip that off for all we can get. I think D'Onofrio is a brilliant Kingpin. He's not wearing fancy, rich enough clothes in this shot. He's not exuding the power that character has, the absolute invincibility that he has within his soul. And you started off talking about blocking and lighting, and I don't mean to not give Vash, but saying you're watching a show that has great blocking and lighting is like reading Playboy for the articles.
Well, hang on.
I question if the storytelling feels an obligation to a violence level for its own sake that's getting in the way of telling the story. I don't know. I haven't seen it, obviously.
I was going to say that. Lou, a couple things. One, I only comment about this stuff because we just haven't seen this stuff from Disney Plus series before. And in that vein, do you think if this was going to be on Netflix, would they have emphasized the violence to that degree, knowing that of what came before? What I mean to say is like, because we've seen Echo and because we've seen really bad, lackluster series, especially attached to Marvel, that didn't feature that gritty of action or that violence to that extent, they're emphasizing it here in order to make clear, this is going to be in the vein of the Marvel Netflix shows. Would Marvel Netflix would they have needed to do that if this show was going to be on Netflix? I don't think they would. And to your point, Lou, I think you're onto something right there when it comes to having to emphasize this stuff for the sake of it.
I tell you what, I didn't hate the Affleck Daredevil. I really didn't. But this just seems like
not even the fight in the park scene between him and Elektra.
Okay, that was all right. I didn't say.
Hey, that was the best Daredevil anything. It had Bring You to Life.
I'm trying to say is
it was great.
Hate it.
This D'Onofrio is wonderful, and this scene isn't Kingpin to me. This scene is oh God, what's the name of the character in the Batman movies? The crime boss. Yeah, no, the crime boss.
What's his name? Rupert Thorne.
Falcone.
Yeah, Falcone. This is a guy. He just doesn't. I don't know why he's playing it differently. Maybe he's doing whatever he's doing and he's being directed, and that's life. But all I'm trying to say is, I don't feel the power. And let me tell you something about bad guys. Unless bad guys have serious, serious power, then beating them is no big deal. And that's what I feel about this, is that I see the moves, but I don't feel the cohesion of it. I don't feel the sense of crusade that Daredevil has as a character. I don't feel the sense of holy war that Daredevil has as a character. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a bad trailer for showing me that. Maybe it's trying to show me something else. But it's almost as if they're saying to the Disney Plus audience, okay, you wanted edgy, we're going to give you edgy. Enjoy. It feels artificial and not sincere to me. But that's just how I'm judging this trailer. I don't know.
That's why I've got fingers crossed, but at the same time, I'm looking at this going, it's
trust but verify, right, Ryan?
Trust but verify. Yeah. Well, here's the thing: like everything that you said about Kingpin, they already did with him in the previous series. So, like they
better be even more, not less.
Exactly. They made him feel unbeatable, and so in like at the very last moment when he did finally get beat, which was how that series ended. It ended with and they were going to do a season 4 on Netflix before the whole thing, so it was like written for a season 4. Kingpin was going to be out of season 4 completely on the Netflix shows, and it was going to feature Bullseye only. That's how it was written.
I would be really interested to know what was in those 4 episodes they threw out, because if Kingpin wasn't, if they were going to go on without him, that might have been more interesting. I don't know.
We'll definitely see what they're going to do.
We'll see.
That's an
we'll
interesting
see.
point.
But no girl boss in sight. That's a good thing.
I agree with that. Erica, I was going to say, would you be interested in seeing a series like that on Disney Plus? I know not for your kids, maybe for yourself, maybe Raph. What do you think?
For me and Raph, we would. I have never seen the original. We're still talking about Daredevil, right?
Yes.
Like kind of went off.
No, you're
kind of
good.
went EDD land here for a second.
You're okay.
No, I was watching the trailer, and actually that thought crossed my mind. This could be something we could probably watch together, but we would need to watch the original, and then maybe watch this other one.
Well, that's the
But
other
it's
thing
been
too.
I think the last show we watched together, binged on, was Dexter. Loved it. And yeah, I know it's pretty morbid show.
Yeah, I know. Like all of the experiments and Dee Dee messing them up. I mean, that was awful. Ugh. Ooh, so morbid.
But I could see Raph digging this and me and him watching it together. And it's been a really long time since we've just kind of sat and actually watched a series together. So on that note, yeah, now me by myself, no. It's not something I would just watch on my own, but I would watch it with him. You know, I think it'd be like, yeah, I'd be more interested in watching it with him.
Well, see, that's going to be the interesting thing. If they want people to adopt this series, not necessarily knowing the series that came before, it might be an inhibitor to new viewers. Going to have to play that line very carefully.
Well,
Marvel's
that, and I
MCU
wonder
has gotten problems in the past with that. Go ahead.
I think one of the biggest problems that they've had in the MCU is having created the blip situation.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
very, very difficult to write after that. One of the reasons it's difficult to write after that is because let's say that half the population of the Earth was destroyed. Bringing them back after 5 years would have been worse. Worse than when they
That's true. That's
I mean,
a very good point.
But I hate to say it, you know, but it's absolutely
right.
true. There's no way that when you, let's say that you had 8 billion people, you snapped away 4 billion of them, and then 5 years later, you had adjusted everything. People had moved on, relationships changed, this and that and the other. And they've kind of semi dealt with it in a horrible way. Like they just have not done a good job of dealing with that at all. Captain America's got to deal with there's situations that came from that. It makes writing for Marvel in the same universe almost impossible. I really feel still that the MCU needs a huge reset where everything gets destroyed. I don't know how they play it out, continue to play it out with this whole blip thing having happened, and not eventually just say, no, we got to destroy the universe, and then we have started over from another. That would make things more interesting. And then no damn multiverse at all. Let's just have one, please.
Yeah, well, I think you make a really interesting point. Marvel has definitely backed itself into a corner. I think they're trying to get themselves out of it, but you still have to fall. You still have to work with the pieces that have fallen in the way that you have made them fall. Very, very interesting for sure. But we're losing a piece. We're losing a piece of our panel. It's tragic. That would be Erica of Erica and Raph. Erica, what we got going on?
I object.
Oh, what was that?
I object.
Oh,
She's
yeah, I
not allowed
gotta
to
go
leave.
to bed. Later over here.
Daylight come and she won't go home.
I do apologize.
I don't want to
keeping
go
you
to
late.
sleep, but I have to. Oh no, choose this. Come on now, don't apologize. You can't feel sorry for me. Yeah, you can find us there hanging with Erica and Raph. I just loaded a video a few days ago on the medieval Christmas market that we went to at Lichtenberg Castle, and that's pretty much it. I haven't loaded I know we're late. It's way after Christmas. I will probably load what our Christmas decorations look like, which technically are still up because I've been lazy. But that's it. I don't
Nothing wrong with that.
have a
Nothing wrong with
whole lot. Don't have a whole lot coming down the pipeline right now. We're trying to think of content right now, to be honest with you. The holidays, there was so much, and now we're in this like low season. So, but you can catch me, around between WW Pro here and Lorena's Spice Lounge, and sometimes on Ron's Daily Dish. So I bounce around wherever I'm invited to.
Well, Hey, Lorena does some great work. I know you've done some amazing work on that channel as well. So definitely hit up Lorena Creel while you're at it. But definitely hit the subscribe button on Hanging with Erica and Ref. There you go. Thank you so much,
Speaking
Erica.
of hanging, you should keep hanging out on this stream and not leave. You should do that.
I'm really tempted, especially after the video that Josh put in the back channel. Sorry, I was totally nerding out on that while you guys were talking about Marvel.
Oh, I see. I see, Erica. I see. Well, maybe
Sorry, I'm a
we are
girl. I'm
definitely-
not really into the comic thing.
Well, we'll cover.
I wish I could use the
after.
excuse of I'm not a girl and I'm not into the Marvel thing. I really wish I could use that. I'm not even gay. That doesn't even help me either. Good grief.
Well, okay. I mean, if you want to stick around for just a little bit, you can. Let's go ahead and hit up Joshua's video right here.
Yeah,
This
I
from
can leave
Joshua
right after
Harris.
this. That's fine. I didn't get to finish watching it.
All right. Well, there you go, Joshua Harris. The lack of care or seriousness afforded to Epcot is not a compelling case to continue to extort WS Fellowship cast members. I'm sorry, World Showcase cast members, I believe. Bought here to sell American IPs. We are blowing our potential for global cooperation and understanding for what exactly. Governor SQ on Epcot 1978. All right. Well, here we go. Let's go ahead and watch this. Let me make sure that everything is good. Just want to make sure that no other sounds are playing. Okay, here we go.
When you look at human history and you see what country has tried any harder to try to do right with some mistakes that we've made to improve the world's lot than has the United States and the tremendous economy we've developed. But here we have an opportunity that is unprecedented to bring together in the World Showcase young people. Now, these young people may well be coming on college credit up to a year, as Cord said. For the first time that I can think of, short of the Olympics, that more and more have national tensions and nationalistic feelings, which, of course, we can all understand, but still create some type of tensions. For the first time that I know of, on a continuous scale, to bring future leaders of the entire world to the World Showcase. Now, when this thing gets started, you're going to find it's not just the countries who've now committed, but all other countries of the world are going to be here because they've got to be here. They are going to be able to present their case to all the other people in the best type of atmosphere on a permanent basis, where their investment, they won't have to recover their investment in a few days or a few months like a World's Fair for a short period of time, but it'll be continuous. So we have the opportunity in Florida to show that the United States of America is committed to peace. It's committed to finding peaceful solutions to mankind. So what you're going to have young people who are going to get to know each other through private enterprise, not government-sponsored, hopefully with a minimized political tensions, to learn to know each other, and then they're going to go out and form potential cadres of leadership throughout the entire world. And second, in Epcot, Disney is going to be able to produce some of the most complicated yet basic lessons in human history that people can understand through the tremendous art of communication.
That is profound. Think about that. I mean, this is a theme park being described here. Have you ever, has anybody described a park this way? Joshua, take us through what we just saw.
Yeah, so this was from the 1978 press conference, which announced Epcot. It's actually kind of funny how they actually did this, because there was the ICC, which was the International Commerce Conference that was going on at the same time. So they had literally all the nations of the world, and an enormous press junket that was associated with it, were in Jimmy Carter's speech was the keynote for this, which was done right in front of Cinderella Castle. If you search on my profile, just the JLH Omni, just look for Jimmy Carter. You could see pictures of it if you want to. So at the end of this 3-day long conference, at the very end of it, Disney, ever so sneakily, said right before the breakfast, before everybody was to go out to their planes and everything, just like, oh yeah, we had this one other thing that we'd like to announce here, especially since we're the ones that have hosted you this entire time. All those wonderful dreams and concepts that you're describing for a better world and unified humanity, we're going to do that with this thing that we're now announcing, which is Epcot Center, which is the ultimate realization of Walt's objectives for Epcot, which I can go into a lot of that at a later date about how it was Walt Disney's Epcot. It was definitely that. So you're looking at that film, and Governor Askew was one of those, because whenever they did any of these major announcements, they typically brought in the governor of the state to do that. He was present at that, and so were the other ones too. So this was a joint venture that was universally supported by both Democrats and Republicans. You know, the nasty secret that a lot of people don't want to hear, I mean, maybe people definitely on this show, but most of the people don't want to hear, is that the entirety of Epcot Center, which was based off of universal principles of diversity and human engineering, and these so-called very liberal concepts, were all created by Republicans, staunch Republicans. Brandy Bright was the most Republican of all of them, and he was the one who crafted the American Adventure, which told the story of America in 29 minutes in an amazingly impactful way that was completely non-political, but nevertheless came from remember this, the Governor Askew here is a Democrat, and he is in total support of this. This is unity exemplified here, and this is the potential that Disney is throwing away right now with this park, with every single thing that they're doing right now with it. I mean, keep in mind that Walt Disney World was, up until the Obama administration, it was the shining example of American ingenuity and enterprise on this planet. When presidents wanted to show people the best of what the United States and the concepts of America were, they took them to Disneyland, they took them to Walt Disney World, they took them to Epcot to show the potential of our way of government and our way of enterprise. And now it's just there for the foul-mouthed Rocket Raccoon and Moana and whatever IP that Bob Iger decides to buy next. That's the fall that has happened to this company, but it can be resurrected. This is not like a real human being. You know, we say Disney is dead or Epcot is dead. Well, you know, it's just like it was never really alive to begin with, which means that they can be resuscitated, which means that we can have something new, hopefully with a new CEO, or hopefully with somebody who decides to completely atomize the entire company, and then another private enterprise can actually come in and buy Epcot specifically and treat it the way that it should be treated. My fantasy is, of course, to have Peter Thiel go ahead and purchase it, but literally anybody will do that actually cares. So
that is extremely well said, Joshua. And I love the optimism, and because it's true, if you can get someone with a passion for it, who's wise in what they do, kind of another type of, maybe kind of a Michael Eisner type personality, I think it could happen again if they keep things unifying and not divisive. Although I don't think you're going to get your dream of them getting rid of drinking around the world. Remember Prohibition? I don't think it's going to end very well.
Well, no, but you can drink around the world. You just have to be inside of a restaurant. We'll just put it in the back of the pavilions, and that way you'll be forced, quote unquote, forced to absorb yourself in the actual culture of these nations before taking part in their inebriation.
I like it. I like it. That could work.
See where Reuben Askew all his life did not smoke, did not drink, did not gamble, and supposedly did not swear. But at the same time, he was in the legislature that passed Reedy Creek. So, you know.
I never knew about that kind of unity and, you know, with the Republicans and Democrats. That's really telling.
Well, there was a time.
And it just showcases how even further that they've fallen from. I didn't realize that until now.
Well, this was, before the media was purposefully divisive.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
true
that,
too. We were limited on media back then. We didn't have the internet like we have now and phones, everything. Everything's just, you
There
literally
was
have media on the go.
I've heard there was literally a time where, like, after the debates, Republicans and Democrats, they would actually go to the bar together after the debates instead of being like, look, that's enemy territory. It was actually kind of beautiful.
Well, yeah, and a lot of that has to do with, I believe that it was Newt Gingrich, maybe. Lou would probably know more about this than I do. But they changed the entire dynamic of the Senate and the House because initially they had to, they were living in one, was it that they were living in, they were forced to live essentially in Washington first, and then they can visit their states, and then now it's the reverse of that? Is that what you're
No, none of that is true.
Okay.
What was different in the original Constitution is that while legislators in the Congress were elected by the people in districts based on population, senators were chosen by either the state legislature or the governor.
Right.
And so they were much more about that state's point of view than they are now. So they didn't face popular votes. So, but anyway, it's not about party, it's about attitude, or shouldn't be. And it's about the goal. If the goal is to do good, then swell. You might be wrong about what's good or bad, but at least your heart's in the right place. If the goal is to maintain power, then it doesn't matter where your heart is, because that's not what you're there for. But that's I'll get as far as that and back off, because we
I was
going to
say too,
very deep right here, and I
think that what the governor was talking about then, especially because now we have this going on, right? We have the international college program, but it's the cultural representatives. And maybe you said this earlier on the show, but I think that's one of the most difficult parts of adding countries to Epcot is the fact that you have to work with those countries to make sure that they can send cultural representatives. In other words, young people from their country over. That I would imagine can be somewhat of a challenge because
I don't know if that what he's specifically looking at though is in this is the technical definition. This did actually transpire with it, unlike some of the aspirations and everything for World Showcase Fellowship. Every single person that works at the World Showcase is supposed to be a cultural representative. It's not like it is like if when I was spending 10 years at the Polynesian, it's just like we've had Auntie Cowie there that was a specific cultural representative, and we had Kool-Aid as well as a couple of other ones that were specifically designated for that. No, every single person who, just like if they were a person in the merchandise shop selling you something, they were a cultural representative as well. So everyone is like that.
Not all cultures are wonderfully good to be represented. May I say that without fear of contradiction?
True.
But,
you're right.
And this whole one world UN thing that everybody was buying into then has proven to be the problem, because if the UN delegate from Libya is the human rights commissioner or something of the UN, who do we think we're kidding?
Well,
anyway.
I think that largely a lot of that stems from the fact that America is no longer seen as the shining example that it once was. I mean, granted, our actual ethos has not changed dramatically, but the intersectional multiculturalism and everything that has been corrupted because we now at the time everyone wanted to emulate the United States and specifically our free market and capitalistic society, and now they don't want to do that. So that's where the problem exists with that. That's what you're talking.
Well, now wait a minute. I mean, we're going way into the wonderful world of politics here, but who says they don't? That's why everybody's coming this way. Even the people who hate us want to be here and not there.
Well, yeah, it's
I will point
very
out
hypocritical.
To you
very hypocritical.
That when this guy, Reuben O'Donovan Askew, ran for the presidential primaries for the Democratic Party in 1984. Mondale, of course, won. Gary Hart came in second. Jesse Jackson came in third. John Glenn came in fourth. George McGovern came in 5th. Lyndon LaRouche, who was this whackball, moron, crazy socialist, came in next. And then Governor Askew with a whole 52,000 votes, followed by Alan Cranston, the senator from California, Ernest Hollings, and then guess who was last on the list in the Democratic primary? Ronald Reagan as a write-in with 10,000 votes. And of course, Mondale had his clock cleaned by Reagan, and we started rebuilding America. So,
I will not comment on their age.
Well, it is easy to see, but hard to foresee. But I foresee that American adventure will last a long, long time.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and let's see off Erica. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Good night, Erica. All the best.
I want to say not going to say goodbye is what I'm saying there. I want to make sure that we say you off properly.
Say goodbye.
And please, if any of your compadres over there are celebrating their about to be new boss, tell them we love them and we're celebrating too. There. How's that for politics?
I need to. I'm actually kind of out of the loop. I know they had their election. I haven't heard anything. So, but okay, I'll let them know. Josh, I love that video. I love your stuff.
Thank you, Erica.
See you again.
Your pleasure as always.
Absolutely.
And you too, Ron, Nolan, Lou,
Later,
Vash.
Erica.
It was awesome.
Thank you, Erica.
I always have fun.
Thank
All right,
you.
we'll see you guys. Bye.
Every time we all start peeling off, it's always like that scene in Wizard of Oz. And you were there, and you were there, and you were there. And some of it was beautiful, and some of it was awful. But you were there, and you were there.
Well, somebody was there.
I love the
Ron.
SNL skit on that. Where
Ron
we
of Follow the
there?
Bradley's fun. I don't know how long this next topic is going to be, so I don't want to go ahead and keep you over and then more than you have to spare. So please go ahead and tell us what's going on over there at Follow the Bradley's Fun.
I gotta redo a lot of the graphics on this page. Beginning of the year, there's a lot of things that I'm working on changing, and that's all good. But anyway, Follow the Bradley's Fun Daily Dish every day at 9:30 a.m. And the one vlog, information vlog I'm working on currently is for the new Polynesian Island Tower, so that will be up as well. So Follow the Bradley's Fun. If you put that into the search in any one of the social media things, except for OnlyFans, you will get that. I'm not anywhere on OnlyFans, I promise.
You lie.
Wow. Thank you for the clarification there, Ron. Very much appreciate that. But
they have cooking shows on OnlyFans. You know, they have cooking plans. It's just for cooking. It's a platform. It's not necessarily what you think all the time. I don't have it myself. I'm just saying that. Never mind. Go ahead.
Bo DeMaio's favorite recipes? I don't think so. Bo DeMaio with Bo DeMaio, right?
Where have we gone off to? Thank you, Ron. Very much appreciate that.
On that note, I think it's a good time to get out. I'll see you guys later.
I think so. Get your butt out of here. No, joking. Thank you so much, Ron, for coming to join us. Always a great time with Ron from Follow the Bradley's Fun. And we have his links in the chat as well as the description. Now, Nolan Thunder. What is going on, good sir? What do you have going on over there at Nolan Thunder, I guess?
This game has been my life for months and months. As far as scripting and filming and scheming. Okay, maybe not scheming, but trying to do everything I can to get this video done. It is a video on a video game mystery in my series called Lost in the Files. There are many little documentaries where I talk about some urban legends and media mysteries throughout all of the internet, video games, or whatever have you. I'm going to be doing a big season finale on this game where it has to do with an experimental artificial intelligence from the 1990s. It's a can of worms, and it's going to be insane, and I have a trailer out on my channel. If you're ever interested in seeing it, it's called Every Copy of Mario 64 is Personalized. I hope you guys check it out because it'll be a lot of fun, and I finally finished filming most of it here recently, so it's been an experience, and I hope you all enjoy it.
That sounds fascinating.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. Well, we definitely got to check that out. Make sure you subscribe to Nolan Thunder Thunder. Love it. Love the name. Love the person. And love the channel. So thank you so much, Nolan.
And rumor has it you're going to be over on Toonie Talk a little later, right?
Yes. In fact, I believe that we're going to be redirecting after the show. After this goes on, you'll be automatically switched over to that. We should be covering a lot of fun pop culture stuff. It's funny, I heard one of you guys mention Bo DeMaio, and he's kind of someone we talk about quite, it seems almost weekly with the amount of fun stories we get up to with him.
The only way to deal with him is weekly, I think, but spelled differently.
I'm still trying to get him on the show, but he hasn't said yes yet, but maybe one day. But yeah, we cover a lot of fun pop culture stuff. I don't know what and all we're exactly covering just yet here tonight, but I know we're going to have some fun stuff in store. So if you'd like to hear us talk about fun pop culture stuff, we got some amazing people on there. Some people you might recognize. We should be covering the Daredevil trailer a little bit. So if you want to hear more on that, please come check us out. It's always so much fun.
To all the Toonie talkers.
And,
absolutely. Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, so I won't be able to watch. But
words of my life, brother.
Yeah.
Toonie Talk will be, as Nolan likely said right there before I dipped out, it will be redirected to Toonie Talk TV, where you can find Nolan Thunder, obviously, and Marvin himself. So don't touch that dial. We'll be going right over there in just about 25 minutes. So thank you so much, Nolan. Very much appreciate it.
Yes, and all you gentlemen have a great night. You guys are all extremely smart people, and it's always an honor to be amongst you all. I hope you guys all have an amazing rest of your day, and I hope to see you all again soon here.
You too, Nolan. Always wonderful.
Thanks, sir.
Take care, guys.
Very much appreciate that. Nolan is awesome. Well, you know what's not awesome, though? Our next topic. Don't like this at all. I get it. I understand. It might be an overlay, but... well, let's see what the rest of the panel has to say about this. From Walt Disney World News Today, photos, videos. It's a Small World with Groot premieres at Tokyo Disneyland. That's by Shannon Ace, January 15, 2025. The limited time It's a Small World with Groot overlay has debuted at Tokyo Disneyland, and let's see here. It will be this way from January 15th through June 30th, 2025. Groot has been added to the attraction's entrance sign. The rest of the facade remains untouched. You can kind of see right here the Marvel overlay sees Groot and the Guardians of the Galaxy traveling around the Earth with various friends. An updated music loop with Marvel songs plays outside the attraction. And you can kind of see right here from the videos of what's actually being described. Joshua, Lou, your thoughts on all this?
First of all, it's misspelled.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gloot is how they spell it in Japanese. But anyway.
Terrible. It's terrible, Lou. It's just terrible.
Well, why do you bring up these topics just to hurt me? I mean, seriously, this is just not even fair. I mean, why would you be doing it? Why would you?
Because he wants to turn your world askew.
Well, no, okay, I know I've moved on from Vash about this. I'm asking why would Tokyo want to do this ridiculous thing? So I mean, like they've only disappointed me maybe 2 times in the past 35 years. I mean, that's basically it. Well, no, it's been over 40
years. They stood fast and didn't change Splash Mountain, so I guess we give them credit for that. And hope
this better be very temporary. It better be very just a blip on the radar for that, and hopefully it will go away and it will stay gone after that, because this is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, this isn't the concept of what It's a Small World is about. It's just It's a Small World is about the children of the world. It's not about fictional Marvel characters superimposed onto that world. It's just awful. It almost defies explanation. But just seriously though, what are you supposed to actually get from this? It's just you can't. And also, this breaks one of Marty Sklar's 10 commandments. It's just you're only supposed to tell one story at a time. Well, there is one story in this attraction. The one story in this attraction is the peace and unity of the children of the world. I mean, that's what this is. You could have some debate about that if you want to, about the realisticness of it, but it's a nice aspiration. So that's the reason why the attraction has stayed on so long. But overlaying this on top of it, where they're going to visit Earth and they're going to superimpose themselves inside of Earth. I mean, why? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. They're not even really connected to the overall aesthetic.
Is this a case of WWMBD? What would Mary Blair do?
Well, okay. One thing on that. Oh man, Joshua, hold that thought. I have to put this on screen right now. Just Nina with a $500 super chat. My goodness gracious! Thank you so much for this. This is absolutely tremendous. I mean, my mind is blown. Like, I literally gasped when I saw it. I'll hit the screen right here. This is unbelievably generous. Thank you so much, Just Nita. I know you were asking how far I was away from the fires. Thankfully, I am about 400 miles away from the fires because I am in Arizona. Thankfully, but I know a lot of people who have been impacted by these fires that are going on in LA right now, and it's such a tragic thing. I definitely get passionate when talking about it because I just know so many people who have been impacted. Thank you so much for this, Nita. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Can I say something about Nita?
Please.
It is very lovely to have somebody so generous and so supportive in our multitude of our multiverse of madness here. But you know what else about Nita? She's got great taste.
She does. She absolutely does.
That matters. I mean,
she loves Hollywood Backlit with Lou and you. She loves the T3PO Live. Hey, you know what? That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's incredible. I've literally never seen a super chat that large, and to be so generous for our channel. I mean, that's I'm eternally grateful. So thank you so much for that. And in keeping with your point right here, yes, Mary Blair would be rolling in her grave because this is just really, really something. Now, to your point, Joshua, I wanted to go ahead and you brought up Marty Sklar.
Well, I think you just froze, Vash.
Yep.
The ghost of Mary Blair grabbed your computer and said, "Stop this at once." What else can we say about this?
Yeah. Well, I mean, while we're waiting for Vash to come back on, I could answer one of the chats over here because Neil asked just like, okay, what were my other? Oh, great! Now he's duplicating himself. There's two of him. Oh,
yes, there's clones of me. Oh no, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Neil asked just like, what were my other disappointments with Tokyo Disney, which are very, very small right now. The only ones that I've been disappointed with is their rendition of Fantasmic. I thought it was very subpar in comparison to the other ones. And also recently, Fantasy Springs. I'm very disappointed that they didn't. I understand why that they did it, but I still fundamentally disagree. That should have been and they could have kept it the same place that it is now, but they should have made that as an addition to Fantasyland in Tokyo Disneyland and not part of Tokyo Disney Sea. And if you look at the map and everything, that's an extraordinarily awkward way to insert something inside the park. Those two things I would say about them. But you know, like they're the least offenders than anything else.
I don't disagree with that. I think their Fantasmic was really, really weird. It's a very strange iteration of Fantasmic, which, by the way, I believe Steve Davison actually did.
Well, that
I believe
explains
Steve
it.
Davison. Yeah, he led the project, and that's kind of, you know, I think you hit on something really interesting there, Joshua, because that should have been, you know, like red flag number one to like not have him do Fantasmic 2.0, but unfortunately, that's what we received, and
he's a one-trick pony, and I don't like his trick. I can't stand his dialogue sequences. If you've noticed all of his, he started out with Believe in 2000, doing fireworks spectaculars, and he has these. They're very dialogue heavy. They're also very long. Now it's really weird because most of the time when I talk about attractions, I want attractions to be like 75 minutes long each. I know it's never going to happen, but I want to have. But with fireworks spectaculars, maximum 15 minutes. It would be great if you could get it down to 13 13 was Illuminations, Reflections of Earth. It was also Wishes and everything. But if you get up to these ones that are like 20, 25 minutes long for spectaculars and everything, it really wears on you, and you lose a lot of your emotional impact, because they're really, most of the time, the effects that they're using, it's just like, okay, it could be mist screens, it could be drones, it could be projection mapping, whatever it is, that can only go so far. But if you're doing that, even with like fountains, with like World of Color, I think could be an amazing, much more amazing experience if it was 13 minutes long, rather than having all of these dialogue sequences that try to push them together. And also, like the best type of spectaculars that you would normally have would be things that are basically as close to Fantasia as possible, like almost no dialogue. The last great one that I've ever saw was Minnie's Wonderful Christmas Time fireworks. That's amazing. It's almost exactly what every one of them should be. And she only interjects maybe like 2 or 3 times, and it's only like a few seconds in the entire show.
Yeah,
that's my rant about Steve Davidson. I just don't like his stuff anymore.
Well, here's the thing. I actually did like World of Color a lot, especially for a park that didn't really have any entertainment to speak of, especially on that scale and scope before. So that was very good. I also liked Small World Holiday a lot, which he was one of his first projects that I remember him being attached to an individual attraction. And then I also liked Haunted Mansion Holiday. I understand. I get it. It's not everybody's cup of tea, especially for the traditionalists out there. Understood fully, but it's a nice overlay, and I think it's well incorporated into that attraction. This, on the other hand, not my favorite thing in the world for sure. You mentioned Marty Sklar right there. Didn't Marty Sklar sign off on Disneyland's version of this, which was to incorporate characters into the Disneyland version of It's a Small World?
I think he did, but I don't think that it was necessarily something that he was enthralled about. But at least in that situation you're talking about, like, granted, I don't want either one of them. But I mean, if you're talking about that, I can see where you can make a argument, a very weak one, a very invalid one. But you could make an argument for putting Alice in Wonderland in the UK section. Because at least that's a part of this world, and that's part of this universe. But when you're mixing, you're talking about, okay, so It's a Small World is a very upfront attraction. Okay, it is totally it's all presentation. It has no backstory that's associated with it. You're not trying to do any world building. It's really just it's a very unique attraction in the entire history of theme park attractions in that respect. I can understand that to a certain point when you're talking about characters, but when you're talking about mixing the Marvel universe with this, which is just a presentation that's essentially just from the World's Fair, I mean, it just has one message with it it's almost propaganda. I mean, propaganda we look at as a negative word, but it can be a positive as well. Propaganda can be good. And you could look at it that way with It's a Small World, but to do that with this, I mean, this just doesn't. Like, how are you supposed to attack this logically? And it just screws up with your brain. It screws with my brain. I'm just like, what is this about?
I have a practical question. Go back to that sign on the front about who sponsors it.
Nippon something or another. Nippon means Japan.
Yes,
Nippon
Express. So my question is, did they sponsor it before? Was the contract coming up for renewal? Did they say you got to add something for us to re-up? Because we know Oriental Land is in a bit of a pinch economically. That's fair. This may not have been an entirely free, let's do this choice. It may have been a business practicality. That doesn't excuse it if it's wrong, but at least gives you some context. If so, I'm only guessing. I have no idea.
Well, it's interesting. I thought about this, and as an overlay, I think it makes sense, at least for the Japanese, because they are very interested in Groot. I think that's definitely a top tier character for them out there, especially Baby Groot and all that. But like Disneyland, I know when like Small World Holiday comes off at Disneyland, and you get into January, February, It's a Small World is it's not attended all that well when that overlay does come off. And so when I think about it in the Japanese context, I'm like, okay, look, they're very much in the maximize the amount of real estate that you have and move people as efficiently as you possibly can, given the amount of visitors who actually come to Disneyland, Tokyo Disneyland, that is. And it's like, okay, well, if we want to maximize the amount of people that are actually going on this attraction during the months of like January, February, and March, it might make sense to incorporate a overlay of some kind for this attraction in order to get people to come in. That being said, though, burn it with fire.
But wait, let's also remember that their Space Mountain is shut down, is being totally replaced by a new one.
Yep.
They're doing it very fast, by the way. The new building's already sort of up. Yeah. The old building, they closed it at the end of June, and it's already like 3/4 demolished. They don't fool around for 6 years over there. So meanwhile, this is a high capacity ride that puts a lot of people through in a really relatively short period of time. It has none of these sensor issues. It has none of these sync issues. You go through and watch the little dolls and you sing the song. Big deal. So I don't like it. I don't think it makes sense. But it sure as heck isn't building a whole Tony Stark Avengers campus to get the Avengers into the park, is it? So,
that's a good point. That's a good point. And it's an overlay.
And, the Avengers are a known quantity, and people there like it. And so what the heck? I mean, so there's that.
I don't like it. I like it still, Lou. I don't like it. But you know what? If Tokyo deems it so, that's what they're going to get. So,
and hey, they stood up to him on Splash Mountain. So let's give them credit where credit is due.
Credit where credit is due. Indeed. Okay, well, let's go ahead and go over to this story right here. This was a big one, folks, for sure. Over here at that Park Place, Disney has lost over 30% of its audience due to embrace of divisive identity politics, according to survey. Audiences have had enough of the Mouse House. I think this is something that Joshua Harris was actually talking about when we had our earlier conversation about his video that he shared with us. Disney used to be a unifying brand, used to bring people together. When you go out of your way to choose one side of the audience at the expense of another, well, are we necessarily surprised with the results? This by Marvin Montanero, January 10th, 2025. In a damning news survey conducted by Rasmussen Reports, which, people might think lesser of Rasmussen, I will say this: they got the election right with every single swing state within about 1 percentage point. They were pretty spot on. But that's just me. Provided to That Park Place, the entertainment giant Disney is facing a harsh reality. Its embrace of divisive identity politics and abandonment of traditional family values is driving audiences away in droves. Survey conducted from January 5th to the 7th sampled 1,408 American adults and revealed a startling trend. Nearly a quarter of respondents, 23%, admitted to avoiding Disney movies in the past year because of the company's political leanings. An additional 9% were unsure, bringing the total potential losses of the audience to 32%. Are we necessarily surprised about these results? What do you have to say about it?
I'm surprised with the low percentage rate. I would think that it would be larger than that.
Good point.
But then again, you're talking about
that's this year, and what about last year, and what about last year? It's an ongoing.
Very true.
This is true, yeah.
And I don't know if you saw the great interview that Pro did with the guy from Rasmussen. Maybe you can link that in here somewhere, Vash. But I'll tell you what. Take that 20% even. Okay, 23% said they avoided. So if you take any of the movies that Disney put out this year, take the hits. Take Inside Out 2 and take, whatever you want to call the most recent ones, and add 23%. What does that do to pay for overshoots and pay for publicity and pay for all the things that they had to pay for anyway? Mm-hmm. Disney has done to itself what Comcast did to them as far as getting the Hulu money to build their park and as far as driving up the cost of Fox and all the rest of it. And they didn't have to. They didn't have to. This was an unforced error of their own making because they lost track of who their audience is. They took an attitude of, well, if you don't believe the way we believe, you should, you evil SOBs, and we're going to make you. We're Disney. You're stuck with us. No, we're not. No, we're not. Not to mention, to the degree that it translates to the theme parks, not just the movies, the rise of alternative, less expensive, local or nearly local things to go do. Who wins the prize for best service and best everything? Not Disney, Dollywood. Here in Tennessee, by the way, apparently in Cincinnati, there is America's largest model train layout. It's huge. They're taking it apart. They've sold it to the company that publishes all the train and train gaming and transportation themed magazines in the universe. And they're going to build a train and other transportation themed indoor attraction here and move that here. Granted, a relatively limited audience, but that's the thing. If going to a whole land gets me Galaxy's Edge at that price, maybe I'd rather just go to Trainland or whatever they wind up calling it. You know, we've got here in Chattanooga, where I speak to you from, we've got a tow truck museum, and people go. Okay, so there's a diversity of specialized things, and people are so diverse in their enjoyments and in their well, I don't want to say fetishes, but their particular predilections. The world, you know, I used to compare this in the old days to the great newsstands, where you once upon a time you had road and track and car and driver, and that was it if you were a car person. But then you started getting, you know, 1947 Chevy rebuilders and all kinds of very specialized things. And the advertisers who catered to those suddenly had a place where it made sense for them to be instead of the big stuff. Coca-Cola would still advertise. General Motors could still advertise. But the niche marketing that the internet has brought about is translating into our daily lives and where we go and what we do. Well, if you tell 30% of your audience, screw you, like us or else, and you're stuck with us, while your competitor is building something that says, no, you're not stuck with them. We're over here. Why don't you come take a look? That way lies disaster. End of speech. Sorry.
I think you're exactly right. I went ahead and linked the interview with Mark Mitchell from Raz.
Everybody out there, watch this. It will really, the depth that this guy Mitchell from Rasmussen goes into is pretty darn interesting. This is a guy who understands people and numbers and how to look at them and the numbers behind the numbers. It's one of the best things we've done in the last month on all of these channels. Truly it is.
Mm-hmm. And I've seen Mark Mitchell before on Richard Paris, if you know anything about the People's Pundit. Very, very good stuff. Very, very informed. And I think their polling is absolutely excellent. Some trends, though, in the poll that was released for this specific Rasmussen poll, you can actually see right here, this is the headline from Breitbart, only 16% of Americans say Disney content is better than it was in the past.
And those 16% are people that are under the age of 16.
Maybe so, or maybe they're so ideologically.
Well, some of this stuff is so silly. And I don't want to get political again. Honest, I don't. But look at the first headline over on the right. Biden is sincerely worried about oligarchy. That's why he gave George Soros the Medal of Freedom. It's you know what it is? It's Alice in Wonderland. It's Jabberwocky. It's up is down and left is right and in and out. And meanwhile, Snow White is stupid.
It is.
I really
mean,
wish
they really backed themselves.
They should shelve this. They should shelve this picture. There's nothing good that's going to be coming from it. I know that anybody's want to go ahead and want to rattle off, but the bankers this and the investment that and everything. I'm just like, no. I mean, look, they shelved. They got rid of Harmonious, which they should have, and the Star Cruiser, which they should have, but they did it preemptively for both of them to go ahead and get the tax write-off. I don't see why they couldn't just do something of that nature with this. You can do creative accounting in some way, shape, or fashion to at least mitigate the loss from this, because with them releasing this picture, this is going to cause enormous brand damage, more than it already has, which is going to be amazing in and of itself. I mean, like, we're not just talking about this.
I will contest that to say it can't be any worse than it already is as far as brand damage. And I will remind you of the great Hollywood story, which was up until Easy Rider came out and took its place, the number one movie of all time was The Sound of Music. The Sound of Music cost a then enormous $4.5 million to make. Easy Rider cost about $950,000. And the question that was asked by the punditry of Hollywood was, well, does this mean all the studios are going to start making movies for $1 million or less? The answer that came back was no, because you can't steal out $1 million out of $1 million.
That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it's, and who knows what's going on now with
Well,
these
they've got to put
budgets.
it out and get it behind them. What bothers me is that they've waited so long. They should have just taken whatever version they had, slapped it up there, said, you know what, we screwed up. But of course, Bob has never screwed up in his life, never will. And it's about ego. And they've already got, I'm sure, crisis teams, as they call them, ready to blame the audience, ready to call the audience racist, ready to call the audience tone deaf. And meanwhile, this little girl, I hope she's a good waitress, because I don't think her career is for much longer of this world. So
this thing bombs the way we all think it might. Yeah, that's going to be.
It has to
be a problem.
It has to. If it was a medium to mid-size hit, it would still be what, 400 or 500 million short of breaking even when it's all said and done. It can't possibly.
Well, yeah, monetarily flopping is inevitable with this. I mean, it really is. It's just like, and you were talking about Rachel Zegler with this, and just like, I'm not giving her the benefit of the doubt when I say this or anything else, but I'm just like, I'm really curious to know what we're not being told about this, because there is a certain line of thinking that you could say on this where it's just like, okay, she's been pumped into all of this stuff that the company wants her to say and everything, it's just like, oh, sure, that they'll distance themselves from her comments about, oh yeah, they might even take out the prince, and this is weird, and that is weird, and I don't like the 37 version. Well, why would you ever sign up for the film to begin with? I mean, like, I feel like sometimes I'm just like, okay, look, if these are the words that she's being forced to say in these press junkets, which is highly likely, well, this is a tragedy for her as well, despite how much everyone loathes her and everyone should loathe the performance that she's putting in. I mean, just as a person, I'm like, are we looking at a sort of a career hostage situation here?
I have a suspicion. Let us remember the curious case of Natasha Romanoff, aka Scarlett Johansson, who made a deal that said, I get X percentage on the theatrical release, and then they put it on video within 2 weeks, and sued and said, wait just a minute, guys, you didn't tell me you were going to undercut that when you made that deal. And they paid her a whole heck of a lot of money to go away, like more than she was paid to do the movie, like $20-30 million at least, it is estimated. We don't know that in the light of that deal, there aren't some things that are in everybody's contract now involving even unknowns or relatively unknowns. I mean, remember when she made this, she was just coming off of working for Steven Spielberg in a classic American musical, and she was the up-and-coming rising star. And as for her saying what she was told to say, I have no doubt that the basic talking points came from them. They just didn't think she would try and help by exaggerating them. I mean, if she said, well, this is not, if they told her, listen, tell people this is not the 1937 movie, this is a new Snow White for a new generation. And she ran on from there to, yeah, and that prince is a stalker and she doesn't need anybody to save her. And, oh, really? Oh, come on, please. Shush, shush, shush. And once they get started, certain personalities cannot be controlled. And she is the example. So I agree that the basic seeds were planted by them in a way they thought would work, but they didn't realize who they were dealing with here, which is somebody with no off button. I'm pushing my own.
Yeah, they picked the wrong mouthpiece essentially for this. I mean,
And let's face it, nowadays, when you're casting a multi-zillion-dollar super-duper epic, especially one that's a remake of the movie that puts you on the map, you're not just casting based on can they act it, can they sing it, can they dance it. Your casting is, can they represent it out there in the press? That's part of the job. And if you can't do that, I don't care how great your little toe tapping is and whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
she shouldn't be anywhere near the show.
Correct. I mean, Jodie Benson is Ariel, and she has been Ariel not just in the film, but she has been Ariel her entire life since that moment that she signed the contract. She is a Disney princess forever. I mean, and you could say that about all the animated ones as well. I mean, like, there's never been any negative press for any of them. I mean, you when you're casting this role, it's almost like American royalty, essentially, in the highest degree. It's just like Rachel should have been the exemplar of all of the traditional Disney values as the new Snow White, and she has fallen on that spectacularly now. So
this thing is never gonna even dent its deficit. I doubt Captain America will either. But I tell you where the real rubber is going to hit the road is a year from now, when part 2 of Wicked happens. I just don't see that happening, period.
Yeah.
And it's going to send a big message that says, don't do that again. And this says the financial fallout of Disney. Never mind Disney's overall politics. This girl is poison.
She has really damaged the association with this film to a great degree. I mean, if you go to like the official trailers, for example, on YouTube, and you look at the comment section, which are, they can be hilarious, you'll see a lot of them are simply rejecting that film, not because of the dwarves, which, have their own litany of issues, not because of the, color grading or anything like that, but they are really rejecting this film because of her, and it's...
Especially if you were going to cast this relatively unknown, you didn't know she was loose cannon yet, but you could have kind of figured that out.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what Gal Gadot brings to the party. I like her. I'm a fan. I won't go see it because she's in it. And anybody that says, well, she's not as fair as, is off their rocker, for God's sakes.
I mean,
so if she was in this with a bunch of nobodies, then maybe she'd get by a little better, but not that way.
No. I mean, like I've always been a Wicked Queen fan. I'm sorry, it's just my predilection. It's just like I love the Wicked Queen look and aesthetic and everything, and Maleficent.
I got a joke here, but I'm not going to make it because I love you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm really trying to tread on thin ice here with that, with TMI. But still, it's just like, even her. I mean, like, she's an amazing woman. I don't watch movies for stars, even the ones that I absolutely love. I don't watch movies just because they're in it, ever. I mean, like there's tons of actresses and everything that I'm enamored with, and I'm like, nope, not watching that, not interested in that. I will watch this.
Remember, I get these screeners and these advanced copies because I'm supposed to vote on the awards. I'm having a real problem this year. This may be the first year I just plain don't vote because the stuff that got nominated so far, you see a movie and you think, well, this is okay. And all right, there's going to be a sex scene. Did we have to see his stiff, to make that sex scene happen in the movie? I guess so, but not me. And I'm not offended. I've seen them before. I own one. But for God's sakes, why do they feel an obligation? And then if you want to see the funniest movie review you will ever have you heard about this movie? What's it called? Maria something or other. About a transsexual Mexican drug lord and Zoe Saldana as his lawyer, and it's a musical.
What? That's weird.
And go look for Ben Shapiro's review if you want to just fall down laughing. Well, that's one of the 5 Directors Guild nominated Best Pictures that I'm supposed to vote on. Sorry, can't do it. Even if I don't watch the movie, I can't do it. And so, I look at all of these movies and I don't see anything by Nolan or Scott or any of these people that have skill. I don't even see, the Mad Max movie or the Planet of the Apes movie, all of which were in contention. And I go, would in this day and age, would Lawrence of Arabia get in contention? Would Citizen Kane get in contention?
They don't meet the qualifications, Lou.
No, not.
Well, exactly. And it used
well,
to be if you got Best Picture, it was at least going to make you sell some tickets. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's happening now, and I don't think it's happened the last couple of years. So, it isn't just that Disney has lost 30%. The whole industry has lost. I was reading an article yesterday about the overseas box office numbers. And they're better, but they're nothing like what they were. They're much better, and it doesn't matter because they didn't make it. And why is that? Because... there's this old thing about the people that the dog food, and the answer is the dogs wouldn't eat the food. Doesn't matter the advertising campaign. Doesn't matter how cute the commercials were. Doesn't matter what color the box was, which they tested in 7 different colors and 3 different patterns. If the dogs won't eat the food, the dogs won't eat the food, period. So anyway, and please remember, people, I keep repeating this over and over, but not everybody's heard it. When you hear these numbers that come out from Valiant Renegade and from Pro and everybody here about what a movie costs based on what they spent to get tax breaks in England or wherever, that's only the below the line. That's only the jobs related directly to employment in that location. It's not the stars. It's not the directors. It's not the writers. It's not the studio's staff. It's by no means the entire budget of the movie. And all of that has to go on the bill too. And please remember, when you hear that there's roughly a 50-50 split between the theaters and the studios, not at the beginning there isn't. It's weighted very heavily to the studio at the beginning, and as weeks go by, remember when movies used to last weeks? It shifts. Well, the theaters are sitting there going, oh, wait a minute, it's not going to last 2 weeks. We're screwed. I don't know if you saw this, but Alamo Ale House, or whatever it's called, this wonderful luxury chain of eat-in, drink-in, dine-in theaters in Texas, they just laid off 500 people. What do you think is going to happen when your local whatever brand 12 theater becomes an 8 because we just don't have enough product or interest to pay the people, even to sell popcorn to those other 4 empty theaters where there's 25 people there at a screening on a Tuesday night? Maybe. I tell you, look, I believe the economy is going to recover. I believe that the steps that will be taken to fix it will take place and will fix it. But it ain't going to be fast, and it ain't going to be tomorrow. And the embedded powers that be that are against it are going to be holding on with their fingernails, kicking and screaming because they got nowhere else to go. So, did you watch that thing I sent you of Bill Whittle's, Vash?
You sent it to me. I watched it.
And what did you think? And this Bill Whittle is a political commentator, but also a cultural one, and he makes the point of wars. And the Civil War was basically practically over in the sense that the South could not win after Gettysburg. But the war lasted almost 2 years more, and lots of people died. World War II in the Pacific was over after Midway. The Japanese could never recover, and we could just outbuild them. But it still lasted another 2.5 years and would have been even worse if we hadn't had the atom bomb to stop it. Same thing in Europe. The point being, sometimes you turn around and say, wait a minute, we didn't win the war on Victory Day. We won it 2 years before, and nobody realized it. And some of the worst death and destruction happens in those remaining years. Well, what if we won the war already on Election Day, but it's still going to take a while to get the results? And that's where we're at. And that's where we're at with the movie business. The first article I wrote for That Park Place was about time lag. And about how the movies we're seeing now were planned and plotted and prepared 3 to 5 years ago when they thought, well, everything is going to go this way. Surprise, it didn't. But meanwhile, like with Snow White, like with Captain America, like with the Marvels and all the rest of it, we've got this stuff in the pipeline and we have to cough it up just like a hairball that a cat coughs up because it's there. So when you say this, how could they make this in this day and age? The answer is they didn't. They
Yeah.
did it when they thought they were the new world order, and surprise, it didn't work that way. So anyway, just be patient, people, and stick to your guns on not going to things that offend you or that insult you or that treat you like a jerk, because you're not a jerk. They are.
If I could go back to just Nina's comment that you flashed on the screen about the beauty of Snow White and everything, there's a the production of that film is impressive, and really, it's just like I really, there have been so many interpretations of the Snow White story. It's very much like Batman to me now. I'm like, I don't want to ever see another interpretation of this story ever again. The Disney version was beautiful. The one that they did for Once Upon a Time was wonderful. There are certain aspects of like Snow White and the Huntsman, blah 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 blah, but the one Snow White movie I actually do want to see is I want to see a historical drama about the production of Walt Disney's Snow White. I mean, it is so impactful, so amazing. I mean, and there's so much drama associated.
You mean like a Saving Mr. Banks about that picture?
Yes, exactly. I mean, the whole entire thing about when Walt gathers all of his animators in the one small theater that they had there, just after he had paid for their dinner, and then he told them in 1935, it's just like, okay. And then he goes and he starts telling the entire story as a one-man theatrical performance of the entire story. And then at the end, at the cliffhanger of the end, he says, this is going to be our first feature-length film, and he gets everybody on board with that. And then you have all of the strife that's going on with the bankers, and then you look at the technological advancements that they were making. They didn't have air conditioning in their animation houses that they were doing in the Hyperion studio. There wasn't even air conditioning. This is how archaic the technology was, and yet they created something of such enormous and tremendous beauty at the same time. I mean, like that's a story that should be told, and it should be told by unfortunately it won't be told by the Iger administration, but I do hope one day someone will actually make that, because we have all these historical dramas about Hollywood. This should definitely be one for the Disney company.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. I mean, there are so many great stories that you could take from the Walt Disney Company's history and make into really, really great movies. But I think with the cultural significance of Snow White in general, and the significance of that film for the Disney Company in particular to Walt, that make a great movie for sure. It's a shame that they don't necessarily do that. And here's the thing: I think people really, really craving Disney to be good. We can see right here. I'll end this story with this one. Rasmussen reports 71% want Disney to return to family-friendly entertainment. That was back in May of 2024, and I think that's absolutely spot on.
That's actually more hopeful than the other study. The Rasmussen thing is just like, yeah, sure, we know that it's bad right now. I'm looking for I want redemption, and we should want redemption. And if the company, this is the reason why, even throughout all of this, and yes, I know it sounds enormously self-serving considering my inextricable relationship with the company, but it's just like, I do not support blanket boycotts. I never support. You're dealing with something that's so complex here. I'm like, I'm not going to punish myself, and if you have children, I'm not going to punish them by not showing them Dumbo because of some stupid thing that they created 5 seconds ago. Right. I took the entire historical I took the entire 101 years into account with everything, and yeah, sure, they're doing horrible things right now. I haven't supported it. I haven't gone to a single Disney film since 2019, and the last one that I saw that was great was Tomorrowland in 2019. Actually, wait a minute, there is one after that. I really, really love Noel. The Christmas movie that should not have premiered on Disney Plus. That should have been the next Santa Claus film. That was amazing, and Kettrick's performance was awesome on there. But in any case, the actual traditional films. I mean, yeah, I haven't watched a single thing since Tomorrowland in 2015. And so, yeah, I'm definitely, I'm strongly boycotting Iger, but I will never boycott Disney. And this 71%, this is highly encouraging.
I would say an absolute boycott of Disney is, I don't even know if it's feasible, to be quite honest with you. I think what's happening right now is brand withdrawal, right? People are not necessarily boycotting it or going out of their way to avoid it, but they are withdrawing themselves from maybe engaging in Disney content to the extent that they were before. I think it's really profound. I think Disney Glimpses on Twitter, recently said, "Hey, look, listen, I'm taking a step back from Disney." Obviously, a big, huge champion of Walt Disney World and all of that, and just has really, really taken a step back from all of those things. Lou,
sorry about that. I had my little computer cough situation.
And that is just fine right there. We are going to be wrapping up this show, so we can go ahead and get us all over to the Talk TV, where Marvin is there. I'm sure that show is already in progress, but I want to go ahead and shout out our panelists right here. Joshua, what do you got going on?
Oh God, I got lots going on right now. So E82 is currently just started on its 15th year anniversary. So I'm going to be doing a year long of content for that. I am just now wrapping up on a new album that will be available exclusively to my locals community members for at least the next month, maybe the next 6. I don't know yet, depending on it. There's going to be some glimpses into new material that's going to be surfacing from that as well. So I've got that one going on for right now. I've also got several film restorations that are taking place, and new merchandise inside of the Centaurium shop is going to be premiering soon. There's just a ton of stuff to grasp and everything. I've actually also started working on a project for recreating the classic Disney montage that used to end the Magic of Disney Animation tour at the studios. Tons and tons of stuff that's going on right now. Just amazing. So,
I'm just going to say something to everybody out there. If you haven't been to Joshua's, you haven't been anywhere. Period.
Yep, I would wholeheartedly agree with that statement. Definitely check out Epcot Legacy. Definitely check out his locals account as well. His locals page, very, very good. I'm sure links to all of that are available on the website, but I believe they're also available in the description. I'm pretty sure they are. If they're not, I'll definitely update it. That's for sure. Lou, we always have Hollywood Backlit with Lou and you taking place every single Sunday at 2 p.m.
Answer immediately.
All right, Wizard. Jeez. Goodness
Who's
gracious.
calling?
Sorry about that. Wizard's calling, apparently. Goodness.
Oh my God.
Sorry about that.
The Wizard of Space and Time?
Yeah, he was supposed to be on the show, by the way.
Mike
No, that's one of my alerts that I have. We always have Hollywood Backlit with Lou and you every single Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. But
yes, we
Lou,
do.
what do you got going on in your neck of the woods?
Well, the genre guys never sleep. And actually, you're going to be have a plethora 3 months from now, because apparently Pro's putting 2 up this week because we have so many in the can.
Whoa!
And then our next one, one of my absolute favorite wonderful movies that so many have not seen. Douglas Fairbanks, look this one up because you want to put the poster up, Vash, for Sinbad.
Okay.
Sinbad the Sailor. With Walter Slezak as this wonderfully sneaky, nasty villain, and Maureen O'Hara as the gal, and Anthony Quinn. And it's all about a quest for a magical island called Daredevil. And it's a 1947 Technicolor Fandango. And by God, it's a good movie. It's the 8th voyage of Sinbad, you see. He's already done the 7. And for those who are asking, no, this is not the Ray Harryhausen thing with the dancing skeletons. But it's magic. And by the way, one of the things I will say when we do it is this. Isn't it a shame that the entire Middle East cultural heritage, which used to be so prominent in our media, there was going to be a Persian hotel, remember, at Disney World, that all of that got swept away by nasty people who basically gave it a bad name. But it was once one of the wonderful things. And this movie, oh God, if you've never seen it, If you've never seen it, will you do me a favor? Even if you don't watch the genre guys, just go see this movie. It'll make you feel good, and it will reinforce your faith in the ability of this thing called Hollywood, granted altered considerably since 1947, to do beautiful, magical, brilliant stuff. I can't endorse it high enough. And we're going to have a special guest host because our favorite movie monster is going to fill in because Hangry is traveling the world, and that should be fun too. So Lauren and Marvin and me will be exploring the wonderful world of Sinbad. We record on Saturday nights, and it'll be up, I don't know when, but look forward to it. And what's coming up on here of the older ones? You understand, the Genre Guys is done as a special perk for members of the Pro Channel,
Right.
but 3 months later, they show up for you for free here.
Yes. I still have to put out Airport. Airport is coming out.
Oh, well,
Sorry.
golly.
I'm a little bit behind on
And we
some of
just
the
did
stuff.
Airplane, so we're going to cover both ends against the middle here pretty soon. Airport, wow, talk about a wonderful potboiler that really, really, really started the whole disaster flick movie.
Right.
And I found a curious piece of trivia. I don't know if I mentioned it to you. You know, Airplane was based on a thing called Runway 08, and before that it was Flight into Danger. It was an early novel by the same guy that wrote Airport. And it was done as a TV movie in Canada. And the part that Robert Hayes plays of the former fighter pilot who gets called upon to drive the plane when the real pilots get sick, do you know who played that part in the original version on television in Canada? Scotty. James Doohan played that part. How do you like them apples? So that's one of the wonderful things that all of these shows do, which is show you the connections, the interwoven connections of this crazy business we call show. There. How was that for a long answer to a short question?
Just about fine, Lou. Thank you
Can
so much.
I go revisit my outro? Because my outro only lasted for like a little while. Maybe I should go a little bit
but you've got
longer.
more content.
No, Joshua, you only get one chance. No, definitely check out Joshua at Epcot Legacy right there. An amazing site, that's for sure. And definitely check out his Twitter account as well, which I believe it's listed.
It's at JLH Omni. It's on the screen right now.
JLH,
It's underneath
okay,
the thing,
okay, yeah,
so you've got that.
thought it
And my portfolio website, jlhomnimedia.com. They also has several albums on there too, including the 50th anniversary quote unquote box set of the Magic Kingdom. I know that recently the Space Mountain just celebrated its 50th anniversary. I've got nearly all of the music represented for that on that playlist. It's a 60-track playlist, so just keep scrolling down until you get to Tomorrowland. It's there. So
wow,
fantastic! I love that. Love that. Those scores. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you, Lou. As always, thank you, Kate F, for the 199 again. Thank you, Just Ada, for the $500 super chat. Very much appreciate that. And you mentioned before, hey, I played Snow White at Disneyland decades ago. Does that make me royalty?
yes,
Well,
Nina,
that makes
you
you
are
royalty
royal.
to us.
Yes,
That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you can find more content from me at That Park Place, where we're putting out 2 videos a day. We got the Morning Magic every single Tuesday and Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Yes, I think that's correct. And you'll find me at the WW Pro Show as well. So thank you so much. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe button. If you also haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. What are you doing? Don't touch that dial. You're going to be redirected over to True Talk TV with Marvin, already in progress. Thank you so much for joining us here on T3PO Live. We'll see you, same time, same channel, same place next week. Thank you so much, guys.